Uh, I was unsure if the magic force pulling us towards the hole was like something related to the creature, whatever entity. I don't know what that was, but I have growing concerns about that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
That was the only thing that annoyed me. Because Isul got just like, okay, you failed one save, now you're just like dragged all the way to the river.
Yep.
That will admit, that pissed me off.
Sorry. I didn't know how else to advance the plot, so I needed you to go there. So I did it with force powers. I like this page that you put up, Sanjo.
Yeah, I figured out you could just straight up throw gifts onto this. To anyone who knows the artist of the first one, credit them, because they're cool, whoever made this. This one is obviously by Hirokaze or Kurdkaze. I don't know if that's a D or an O.
I imagine Kuro.
Kiro, yeah. Kiro, not Kuro.
Yeah. Kirokaze.
It could be Kird, it could be Kurdkaze. Kurdkaze.
Nah.
I have a side question for Amy.
What?
How old is Diesel?
Wait, what'd you say? Can you repeat that?
How old is Diesel? Like, is she like loving grandmother old, or is she woman in her 60s, not 80s?
Oh, rat.
Diesel,
Okay.
Diesel rat.
Okay. Sorry. I was
Yeah,
like,
sorry.
I thought you were asking me how old is diesel fuel. And I was about to tell you, I don't
Nope.
fucking know. I'll Google it. I imagine she's like late 50s.
Late 50s? Okay. So she's
Yeah.
a troublemaker, but not like, you know, like the
She's not senile.
senile, like, oh, okay,
No.
I'm gonna go do this wacky bullshit, then, you know, it causes a bunch of problems.
Yeah, no, she's not like that.
Okay.
She'll try shit, but she doesn't have the senile excuse yet.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
She's gonna get worse when she does have the senile excuse.
Yep.
Well, besides that, last time, unless someone else wants to recap, I will do a quick one.
Go ahead.
Okay, so last time we finally got our break in where y'all went back to your respective places. It was a little tense at first. You woke up, had some coffee, and everyone went in their separate respective directions. Marcus went back to his office, and he is very nervous that he might get chewed out because he has not informed his work about any of the past actions for the past 2 days. So he just no call, no showed 2 days in a row, and that's not great. Ben Getty, excuse me, Ben Getty was just being his normal self in the morning, which is, you know, half person, half lizard. And in his lizardness, y'all found out that he doesn't know a lot of stuff about himself. And he doesn't seem bothered by it. Not in the slightest. He doesn't care to know or think about anything about his past around the age of 12 and prior. He has no memory of what his mom's face looks like. He doesn't remember what his dad looks like. He remembers some elements of parentage coming to him. Like it's very loose, but there's something there, at least partially. But regardless of all that, it's very, very unusual that he doesn't remember even the slightest bit, and it's even more so that he is not at all concerned or interested in it. And the rest of you are very interested, however, because that's weird as fuck. So you put that on the back burner because the next step is get home and fall asleep, which you all went home, and in the process of just relaxing, Neon found a connection and set up a job. And this is a retcon related to the story. there was a job that was basically it took to a contact to another person who excuse me, who set up Neon a meeting with a hacker. And this hacker supposedly had been into the experimental laboratory in Turing Ward. Sorry, hold on, I'm grabbing my book. In Turing Ward, the Tetsuo experimental lab there. And oh god, fucking throat! I just get it out of me. But this is a very not high profile, high security sort of facility. This is where they would take their experimental, not yet public knowledge test or tech. And there was a tip that was going around online that there was going to be a very, very important shipment coming in. It was going to be flown in not with a high security detail, but rather as a sort of incognito, like random whatever hover car, and it would just low-key get through the station and get into the lab and then touch down. However, there's Neon had been connected to a hacker who would help her find it and not necessarily access it, but this hacker was very, very emphatic that you should not go in the lab. It is not only is it not possible, it's not a good idea, and it's also just, it's a whole bunch of bad news. It's all bad beans. Don't do that. To which Neon said, okay. And he agreed to help her track whatever car. That was going to be in 2 days, but I'm retconning it to be in 2 months-ish, 2 to 3 months. It's not an exact date, so that there's a little bit more time to unwind after the first arc, because it's only been like 5 in-game days at the very, very, very most. And we need some downtime. I think that's only fair. So, at the tail end of the session, the group reconvened, they reconvened at Kaya and Legacy and Lindis's apartment, which led to them all discovering that Ben-Getty is very, very, very intimately familiar with Tetsuo technology, and Neon had been contacted and set up an appointment with none other than Hijack, which made Legacy really, really unhappy. And so Legacy stormed down the steps, chased by everyone because they didn't want her to go alone, and a few of them were curious. So they all went downstairs, or not all the way down, just like down a couple floors, to Hijack's apartment, and that is where we are, right outside this nondescript random door. You recognize the apartment number, it's Hijack's. There's, again, nothing incredibly noteworthy about it. But you do know he lives alone. So what
Legacy's
would you like to do?
slamming fist on the door.
Just banging on the door.
Hijack, you bastard!
So you just bang on the door, and initially there's no response. And you bang some more, and there's no response. And then you lift up your hand to start banging some more, and the door just cracks. It's about an inch, maybe an inch and a half open, and you can see Hijack's face poking through it, and he's like, obviously very unnerved because of the, like, not knocking, but banging. And he is already a paranoid person because he's a hacker, and Legacy knows this. But he cracks the door, and you can see he has his typical, the little sliver of light that hits the side of his face. You can see his eyes; they have very, very tired lines on them. But that's not unusual. He typically has those, like, tired lines. His hair is messy, and he's kind of slouched over, peering through that crack, and he's like, "Fucking what?"
Fucking what? You. I have been trying to get you to talk to me for how many days now? And you have enough time to just make fucking meetings in back alleys, apparently, when I need to talk to you about shit.
You mentioned the meetings in back alleys, and you don't have to roll anything for this, because you can see his eye goes wide, and he steps back and slams the door.
Hi, Jack. I swear to God, I will hack this door and open it.
Okay.
We have something to talk about. I'm not leaving until we have a talk.
There's nothing to talk about. I told you not to fuck around and be around me, and you obviously don't give a shit about your own life.
Yes, Kaya is there too.
Okay.
Yeah, you're all there. Ben-Getty's watching this, like, from the back end, like, the furthest back portion of the hallway that he can be from this door.
I
Oh, I
am
thought
next
he
to
left.
Ben-Getty.
Oh.
Yeah,
Huh?
I am right next to Ben-Getty.
Yeah.
Legs, you want me to like cross the wires and open it up?
She just holds up a single finger. It's like 1 minute. And then she takes a second, composes herself, and just kind of leans against the door slightly. We already had somebody die, and now we're going to take care of the person that killed her. So either you can talk to me easy or you can talk to me hard.
There's a long pause. And you hear from the place at which you hear his voice, you can assume that he has not moved far away from the door. He's maybe, like, at absolute most, arm's length from the door. He's, like, standing close enough by it, but not pressed up against it. And he just goes, "I said fuck off."
And if I told you I'm here at request of chaos.
Another long pause.
And I do have Darknet rep now, so that gives me bonus
Mhm.
when name dropping.
Go ahead and roll a cool check, and you get your bonus equal to your hacking for this for the name drop.
Mm-hmm.
And just to be clear, he doesn't know your identity, correct?
No.
Okay.
That's why
what I
she
thought.
said at request of chaos.
Okay, cool.
This is not gonna...
You're huh?
I can use a prep to boost, correct? You have 3 die?
Mm-hmm.
And we're at
Yes.
level 5 right now, right?
Correct. Everyone has 5 prep to start, unless there are other extenuating circumstances, i.e. Kaya.
Okay.
Granola bar go burr.
15.
Okay. You say at the request of chaos, and that there is a pregnant silence that's just hanging over the air, and like Ben-Getty looks left and right, and he just leans over to Lockhart, just goes, "What's happening?"
Shrug.
And after that long silence, right about the time you're about to be like, "Fuck it, I'm just about to hack this door wide open," the door cracks again, about a little bit wider than it did before, and you see him, and he's like, "Bullshit." But you can see on his face that you have obviously gotten his attention, and he is definitely off-put. How do you know Chaos?
They have been poking around online about a certain company who's been waving my dead friend's body all over the news. Let's just say I made a connection.
He blinks, and he is looking you up and down and trying to read your face. What's your cool defense?
Not a lot.
Don't worry, he rolled like absolute dog shit.
8.
Okay, you can see his eyes. Well, you would assume his other eyes following, obviously, but you can see his one eye like look left and right and up and down. He's trying to read your face, and he's just not. He's not able to get anything from it. He's.
I mean,
just
other than
getting
she's just
increasingly
pissed off.
anxious. Yeah, he can see that you're very angry, and that is it. He can't tell if you're bluffing or if you're just trying to sweet talk him to get in the door, or what. But he opens the door a little bit wider, and you can see the rest of his face, and he stands up a little bit straighter. He's kind of tall. He's just really lanky, and he takes his hand and pulls the door open wider, and he just goes, "You're telling me that Chaos is trying to fuck with Tetsuo, and you got into contact with them because of the whatever fucking your roommate, I think, was on the news. She's going to a hospital or something in like a private Tetsuo lab."
She's dead.
He, again, like, his eyes scan your face, and he looks up to Kaya. Kaya, what's your cool defense?
7.
What's Kaya feeling right now?
Stressed out, honestly.
Stress?
A lot of stress.
Not stress. He can see that there is a palpable anxiety. He looks back to Lockhart, Ben Getty, and Neon, because you're just standing not in the doorway, but in view of the doorway. And he looks openly confused, like, who the fuck are they? And then looks back to Legacy and just goes, "What do you want to do? Okay? What do you want me to do?"
Legacy just like looks around the hallway and just like motions towards the door. Like, are we gonna have this conversation in the hallway?
And what is he going to do? Roll another. You can roll a cool check and add your hacking clout to it, because you're trying to, like, this is a good way to pressure him to let him in, to let you all inside.
Nope.
Oof. No boost, no nothing. Okay,
I mean, I can boost, but it's still 2
Well,
ones
it's
if
a
I.
critical fail.
Yeah.
that's true. So he looks up at everyone and he just goes, "I'm not letting all of you inside here. That's fucking insane.
Then just me.
You know better than anybody. Well, fine, I'll let you in, and the rest of you can just fucking wait in the lobby."
It's none of our business anyways. Lockhart turns to walk away.
Ben Getty begrudgingly follows, but he's like, his neck is craning back and his eyes are lingering on the conversation because he's very intrigued about what's happening.
I kind of whispered to Ben Getty, I'm like, we'll figure out what happens later. I'm sure they'll tell us this alliance we have going.
He looks at Legacy and he looks at Kaya and he looks to Kaya and nods down the hall, just like, "You two. Only Legacy."
Kaya is gonna ignore him and look at Legacy. You gonna talk to him alone? Or you want me to go with you?
Legacy is just like very clearly, even though he is like still 2 feet taller than her or some shit, just like eyes him up and down and just rolls her eyes. Unless he's got a computer and he's trying to get into my head, I'm good.
"I'm right here and I'm not letting you in." And he looks at Kaya.
Legacy just like shakes her head at Kaya, just like, go.
Kaya was gonna open her mouth at him, but like at Legacy's look, she closes it. She'll give Legacy a nod and she'll go with the others.
Kaya, you get the sense that like you don't have to roll for this. He is a tall, lanky guy. You've known him and seen him walk around here and hang out with Legs every now and again, and like talk shop. And this dude does. This dude is all bark right now to you.
Oh, she fucking knows.
Okay.
All
Yeah,
Legacy
like-
has to do is like kick him in the dick, and she's gonna be fine.
Oh yeah. I was. Oh. Nah. I already had her walk away. She's not gonna say anything.
Okay. So after everyone walks good 10-ish or more paces away, he slides the door open, and not all the way open, but just enough for Legacy to scoot in, and he gets out of the way. His apartment is pretty sparse. He doesn't have a lot of lights on. The most of the light comes from the dull glow of different monitors and screens and information hubs, where he's getting a lot of data coming in from various sources, and he's trying to track it or trying to funnel it to the right people. And it's a very typical hacker den. He has decorated in like dark gray patterned he has decorated his dark gray walls with basically like a handful of like pieces of a textbook that have particular hacking algorithms or applications on them, though, as if he had gone through a textbook, ripped out a handful of pages and pasted them up on his wall. And when you walk in, he slides the door closed, and you can hear the chunk of the deadbolt. And he turns around, and he like his hands in his pockets. He's still kind of hunched over. Him hunched over, he's not your height because he's about 6'2", but hunched over, he doesn't come close to 6'2". And you see him now. He's wearing some ratty black denim jeans and a gray shirt with socks on, and he's just like, "What do you want?"
Legacy just like gives him a once over and then kind of like scans the apartment. Is vaguely interested in the pages pasted on her, any like homemade shit that she can tell is like very clearly custom. But she doesn't like wander too far in. She just crosses her arms and shakes her head. What I want is to make whatever I'm going to hit Tetsuo with hurt as much as possible. Which means there's going to be a need for as many people as possible to be involved.
Okay, well, you can count me out. I'm not going up against Tetsuo. That's fucking crazy. Chaos told you to do this? Did you recruit Chaos, or did Chaos recruit you?
Let's say there's a mutual interest. She was already annoyed by the bomb, or whatever the hell it was. And then what happened with Lindis? We just wanted to both fuck with Tetsuo. And she kind of looks over her shoulder at him again, like kind of side-eyeing him. And apparently you have a history with them.
I don't know. I don't have a history with them. I didn't work for them or anything.
You've broken into their lab.
You can see again on his face the palpable shock of like, how do you know that? And he doesn't say anything for a second, and he just goes, I don't know what you're talking about.
That woman, another ally. It's not just you and me and Chaos. There's a full group forming. And if you're not going to help, I'm sure you know others that can.
Okay. Okay, sure. I can tear open my little black book of names and just start fucking sending people after him, but fucking it's Tetsuo. They got information security out the ass, dude. What do you want us to do? DDoS them? No, I'm not. And I don't even know who any of those fucking people out there were. Like, what are they also other hackers? A little short blonde kid or whatever? What's your roommate gonna do?
You've clearly never seen her go after somebody with a tire iron. Or seen what she can do with a drone.
There's a loud gulp, and then he just goes, okay, great. So she's gonna guard the door while we just go absolutely ape shit on their systems so that whenever they send a fucking SWAT team to our door full of fire ants, she can go after him with a tire iron. You can see he's got a little bit of sweat on the brow, or not on the brow, on the top of his forehead.
You see Legacy just kind of roll her eyes. And just she shakes her head and looks away back towards his setup again. And she's quiet for a moment. You don't want to go in. You don't have to go in. I'm not stupid enough to ask that. But, at least on the system side, if enough of us put our heads together, then there's gotta be something that can be done. Programs that can be pieced together. Information that can be shared. Backdoors that only a few know that can be shared in a group.
He looks down and to the left and breaks eye contact and just shrugs. And he doesn't say anything. You get the impression that he's starting to clam up from nervousness, but he's not out of things to say.
Legacy just kind of runs a hand through her hair and sighs, and she tried to be a little bit less pissed off and turns back towards him fully, where she'd kind of been angled to the side, and she's kind of throws her hands up for a second. Look, hackers don't play well together, I know that. But have you ever thought that part of the reason why we can't do anything is because we don't actually ask each other questions? You have shit, I have shit. Fucking little blonde kid you were referencing, he knows things too. Hacking is all about knowing where to look and knowing just little bits and pieces that can be helpful. Get enough of the puzzle pieces and it comes together. You can't tell me I'm wrong.
His hands in his pockets. You can see his foot starting to tap, real nervously. He's still standing by his front door, and he leans against the wall, and his shoulders slump a little bit, and he just goes, I don't know what to tell you, Legs. I don't... Sure, yeah, we could maybe come up with some crazy fucking worms or schemas or something, but I can't. They will find me, and they will get my black book, if they don't already have it already. And he looks at you with this sort of... He's leaving things unsaid, but he's hoping that he doesn't have to say it. Very clearly just don't. Please don't.
She kind of arches a brow and very clearly studying him. And she kind of tilts her head one way and the other. How badly did you fuck up?
He, again, his eyes go to the floor, and he just rocks back and forth a little bit and shrugs. Which time? You pick a fucking number. I got a lot of fuck ups.
Do you think all of your shit's in their database? Or is it just they know your name?
Well, I know for a fact they got a good chunk on me. And he looks over to Legacy and he just goes, they know my name, they know my face, they know my handle. I don't know if they have every contact in my book, but if they do, they haven't let on that they do. Shit, like they know my signature. If I start fucking around on their systems, they're gonna know it's me, and they're gonna send one guy here with one gun and one bullet, because that's all it's gonna take. They got the key to my door. Basically.
Well, we can get you out of here without any issue.
There's a security fucking enterprise of the whole goddamn station. What do you think they won't be able to find me wherever I go unless I dig a hole and hide?
If you fucking slow them down long enough, you can figure shit out. And who's to say your signature's gonna be the one? I'm taking point on this. I just need information.
He narrows his eyes for a second, and he looks at the ground, and you see his expression shift from this anxious, like, getting this anxious receiving of questions, and he looks back up and meets your eyes, and he just goes, "You're taking point on this? Not chaos?"
She just kind of like lifts her chin slightly. You want to know what I want to do? Fully.
He, again, he looks at your face, and his eyes just try to read your expression. He just nods. Yeah, hit me.
I am going to shred every ounce of safety and power that Joseph Diego thinks he has until he is so utterly alone and defenseless and so deep in the depths of his broken ego that he can't do anything when I turn him over for them to make that all physical. I'm taking point.
He moves his jaw left and right. Go ahead and roll. I'll let you roll with intelligence this time for your hack clout, effectively.
I'm gonna boost it one more time.
Mm-hmm.
16.
Okay. He is. You can still see sweat on the top of his forehead, and he brings up his hand, the back of his hand, just wipes his face a little bit, and takes his shirt, like takes the front part of his shirt, then wipes his face a little bit more, and he just goes, "Fuck. This is not a good fucking idea." And he pinches his nose and just goes, "Oh, okay, all right. I'll rally up. I'll fucking rally up whoever I can. Whoever's goddamn crazy enough to do this fucking job. I can't promise I'm gonna sell it to them, but I'm gonna try to, I guess. And
Do you want to be in contact with Chaos too, or not?
he looks up at you, and there's a little bit of like 50%. Really, I get to meet this person, and 50%. No, no, that's not true. And he doesn't say anything. He's very caught in the moment. Like, I don't know what to say to that. Introduce me to Chaos.
Or at least they'll reach out.
Shrugs. Sure. Chaos it wants to fucking talk to me, I guess.
There's this like little smile and nod. Don't worry, I'm not the only one that's gathering. Or you're not the only one that's gathering.
Okay. Puts a hand on the back of his neck, and you see he has his foot on the ground, propped up on the ball of his foot, and he's like thumping his leg, not making noise, but just doing that anxious leg bounce. And he just goes, "Okay, you said something about a back alley deal. What was that about?"
And she just kind of smirks. The whole thing about the labs for Tetsuo.
Loud gulp.
Yeah. She's a friend. Again, we're not the only ones. It's not going to be just hacking.
I don't know why the fuck I thought I wouldn't need a fixer. He puts a hand over his face, just like out of embarrassment. It's like, they told me not to do this without a fixer, and I thought I could handle it, and I thought it would be fine. But
to be fair, it was because I recognized your number on her phone.
you see this like pang of like, I'm so stupid. I'm so stupid. And he just like closes his eyes and closes his fist and like taps his forehead a little bit. If you can find me and fucking whatever, it's probably different, right? It's not hacking. This is me staying in the zone here, I guess, and it would have been better if I didn't do that. Whatever. Okay, so Tetsuo's got my number. Bad. You said it. I fucked up, okay? This, and he gestures he like throws a hand out to the apartment, past behind you and out into the area. He's like, this is because of a bit of an exchange. It's a long story. But I fucked around in their lab. Or there's the lab systems. I didn't actually go there in person. But their lab security is not even half as thick as their HQ. Like, I'm good, and I mean, you don't have to be Chaos to break into their shit. So, I mean, I'm sure you could do it. But the thing is they got the whole system wired with, it's not ice, it's it's almost like a tracking AI or some shit. I don't know how it works. I don't know what it does outside of the fact that it just, the second I got on their network, they had to be already tracking me down. They came here, and he points to the ground, like, and they knew. Well, not here, and he gestures to the apartment. Like, they came to me. They found where I was when I did that hack. I managed to pull some weird shit from their database, but like, fuck, I don't know what any of that means. It's just a bunch of weird experiments, and it's all in their weird coded language, and they seemed really concerned about it. But I held the button to disseminate it, and they had all my information, and we kind of had each other in a stalemate. And that happened like, I don't know, year and a half, 2 years ago or some shit. And I just didn't think about it.
Do you still
while.
have what you scrubbed?
Well, yeah, I do. They're concerned about it. I don't mean it doesn't mean anything to me. But I haven't pushed it out anywhere. I'm a little worried that it's got that program or AI or VI or whatever the fuck it is inside it. It's not like a typical tracking program, right? Like, we can make a tracking worm. It's nothing. There's got to be this tracking ghost fucking thing inside it. The amount of time it took for me to do that hack and for me to pull that information, if they had the fastest tracking algorithm in the world and they had hacked my computer with me on it right there, they would have had maybe, he counts on his fingers, 45 minutes. Easily 45 minutes it would have taken them to find me. And they got to me in 45 minutes. You do the math. Right? Whatever the fuck they have on that lab, it's not the security. It's whatever gets there finds you. I think they want people to bust in so that they can find them and find the people who are interested in their testing lab shit so that they can put a noose around them. I just got lucky. I must have been one of the few who were, and he looks over to you and then looks back at the ground. He's like, one of the few who were fucking dumb enough to try.
One of the few that were good enough to get in.
I don't know how many other people got in, but if they did, I don't know, I hope for their sake that they got something out of it, because whatever I got is the only reason I'm not in a fucking gutter right now.
Did you make a hard copy?
Yeah, that was the first thing I did. I made a hard copy and I shoved it somewhere quiet so that they wouldn't know. It's sitting on the edge of, well, and he looks around, like looks back at the front door like somebody's gonna be right on the other side of it. And he reaches his hands up and pulls the door open and kind of looks around and then closes the door, and he's like, I hit it with an auto drone, right? It's just a fucking supermarket cheap shit. It's got enough battery power to last it for a couple of years. I stashed it under a bridge and behind a concrete brick, right? It was damaged from a repair. So I found that spot. I kept tabs on it, and when I had this stuff, I hid it there. I'm actually surprised they didn't see it when they got me. They got to me on the bridge. I finished that hack in probably, I don't know, 30 minutes. got the information, whatever it is. It's all written, again, it's written in code. I don't know what the fuck this is. Not like code, but like some kind of secret, whatever language they have. But they know where it is. Or I know where it is, they don't know where it is. And that auto drone, that fucking dime a dozen thing, that's the only thing I can bet my safety on. It'll scan those documents and push them out if I manage to send a signal to it. And they know that. And they're not fast enough to shut me down before I could do that.
Well, I guess it's kind of... She's listening very intently. Is very clearly, like, trying to both understand what he's saying and also anything that he might not be saying. And she kind of crosses her arms and you see her, like, start bouncing a leg. Would you tell me where it is so that I can get a copy? I might know somebody who can read it.
He looks up at you and he has this cold look. Not aggressive, but like almost just dead. And he says, if I tell you where that is, I'm telling you where to find my fucking heart. All right, you could go there and you could ruin it for me.
And you
then
could
Tetsuo
sell me
asked me
out to Tetsuo here and now. And win yourself brownie points.
Brownie points don't mean fucking anything to them. I'm not dumb enough to think that brownie points mean anything. But how do I know that you won't try to trade it to someone else for something? I don't know. We're trying to reach out to 100 different people, 100 different hackers who all are just as fucked up and paranoid as you and I. So how do I know that you won't tell them, or you'll let it slip, or... He just shrugs. Something.
Kind of want to give him more information to, like, sway him, but I also don't want to when I'm the only one in the room.
He's right on the edge. There's a lot of anxiety and like...
You can call me in.
Talking more and more and more about this is making him more and more anxious, but he's also getting more and more close to, okay, I'll help you, here it is. You're riding the razor's edge here.
What'd you say, Piper?
You can call me in.
You also
say
can.
He's got the backing of a criminal organization.
There's also the thing of you technically have something that you know they want. But so turning you in is not just brownie points.
Mm-hmm. She will... You know what? Yeah. I'm gonna do this. She will just kind of look around and... Does he seem to have, like, a separate laptop of any sort? Like Legacy has a couple?
Oh, yeah. Easily. He's got 3 or 4 set up on his desk, and then he has his main operating deck. That has multiple monitors set up.
So she just kind of, like, spots one of the laptops and kind of motions towards it as a, like, can I use this for a second?
He furrows his brow, and he just goes, okay, and then like nods.
She'll walk over and she sits down and kind of like familiarizes herself with the computer for 2 seconds. And then she reaches over to the pinky on her left hand and just pulls it off. And you see both the like kind of input place for the actual like movement control of the cybernetic, but you also see a tiny like kind of like USB-C type port, and she plugs it into the computer. And there's exactly 2 things, actually 3 things, I guess at this point, on the essentially hidden USB drive that she has for containing shit.
Mm-hmm.
And it is the something very clearly tightly firewalled and held in place, which is the remnants of that fucking dreamer thing that came onto her fucking arm. And then the various audio files and visual files from Lindis and Neon.
Okay.
And she shows it to him. She kind of like motions towards it and doesn't open any of them for him. And just looks at him and says, "You give me the nuke for you, or at least know where it is. You get the nuke for me."
He looks at it and then looks back at you, and then he looks at the screen again and looks back to you and just says, "What is it?"
Well, audio files that would damn Joseph Diego more than anything he's ever encountered.
He just raises an eyebrow. You have audio files of Joseph Diego saying some fuck shit or whatever.
And murdering 2 people.
His eyebrows go up. You have this on audio?
She nods.
With some pictures, some picture accompaniment.
Yeah, well,
He-
the fucking heat thing, was that what it was?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Thermal?
the heat map, the
So-
thermal map.
So you see like the audio and then a video file of some sort.
He looks at the screen and then looks back to you and just goes, "How the fuck did you get this? If that's really what you say it is, how the fuck did you get that?"
Think
Where?
about it for 2 seconds. Why I'm so pissed off.
He thinks about it, just goes, "I mean, I get the roommate thing. I mean, I guess, but where did this come from? It came from all... How long have you been holding on to this?"
She's kind of like stares at the screen. It's been like, what, 3 days, 2 days? Something?
Hasn't it been 1 day?
I don't know.
Wasn't this yesterday?
Whatever the time length has been.
Yeah, it's been a day. It's been a full day-ish. He looks back at you and says, "You were at the hotel,
Just like
and your roommate was at the hotel."
jaw tightening.
You can see the wheels start to turn in his head, and then he looks back at the screen, and you can see this change in his face. He has this like mode switch, where he starts turning into this like concentrated hacker, and his vision his eyes kind of glaze over, and he's starting to think and think and think and think. And then he stops and blinks his eyes and just goes, "Okay. You give me those, or a copy of them, I'll tell you where I stashed that report.
She kind of nods and turns towards him fully. I'm gonna put him behind a wall that if you'd be able to hack with no problem, but it will let me know if you try to get to them. It's not time for them yet.
He just shakes his head, just like, okay, that's no skin off my teeth.
And so she's not going to copy the dreamer ship, but she will place a copy of the audio and video files on the computer and very clearly put a wall that would alert her if he tries to go digging into them and actually listen or watch. But he'd be well aware of the type program that would be a relatively simple hack.
Yes. It's you can roll a check to see how difficult you could make the hack for him to get in so that he would have to succeed it. But you already know how to place a simple like packet send so that if this thing happens, it will send a very small blip of information to ping you, and it will notify you like this thing just happened.
Yeah, because she's right now. She doesn't really care how hard it's going to be. I don't need to make that roll. She just wants to make it clear that if he goes digging to like even seem like he is about to send shit, then they both have the finger on the button if they need to. Is kind of what she's trying to do.
He nods, and he watches you copy it over, encrypt it, and kind of barricade it up on his own computer. And
take her pinky back.
he looks at the screen, and then he looks at you, and he just goes, "Okay." And he walks over to the side of his main computer, and you can see there he has that fucking wild-looking helmet thing. And he picks it up. There's cables and cords and connectors just raining off of it, like wild strands of dreadlocks almost, except it's all cabling. And he places that onto his head and then slides it down and flips on the visor. And it's just then that you notice he takes a cable from the helmet and plugs it in behind his left ear into his head. And then he stops moving, puts one hand on his desk, and after a second, you get a notification on your arm of a file share. And he has sent you an encrypted file that's easy enough for you to open. And it's just a text file. He sends it to you and he just goes, "That has the coordinates in it. You won't need any special ID or whatever to get there. You can go for a walk there and probably get to it easy enough. But there you go, I guess." And after a second, he unhooks the helmet from his head and then lifts it up and off and sets it back on the desk. Okay. When will I get to hear from Chaos?
I'll let her know that you're helping, and they'll be reaching out as soon as they can, I'm sure.
Okay, and how do you want me to fucking sell this to... He just gestures to his many other computers, one of which you were just typing on. He just gestures to it to signify, like, everybody. How the fuck am I supposed to sell people on this idea? You want me to share your kill switch, I assume.
No. But you have to know at least a couple that are pissed off at Tetsuo enough to want to do something. Start with them. Work your way down. And let them know chaos is looking.
Nods real slowly at first and then looks up and just goes, okay. Start with the eager idiots and kind of work my way down. Sure. You can see the sort of look on his face. His eyes are scanning the desk, and he's in thought, not super lost in thought, but he's thinking about how to go about this in his head. Like who to go to first, what to say to certain people. You want me to put them in contact with you, or just tell them to wait? Put a hold on all their shit so that they don't stumble over anything in the meantime.
Tell them to wait. You can give them my handle.
Okay.
Keep your hands as clean as possible.
He'll hold both hands up like, no problem.
And she kind of like stretches. This gives him another once over. And I can't promise anything, but if in all of this I come across anything in Tetsuo or from Tetsuo about you, I'll try to make sure that it's gone.
He has this really intense look on his face, swallows again, but nods. Thanks. Also, I'm gonna go buy a new phone and torch this one. You'll get a text from a random number later, and it'll be me. You'll know it's me.
She just kind of smirks and nods and starts heading towards the door.
You open the door, you just and then step out, and it seals behind you, and that's it. You've left him behind now.
Just head down to the lobby.
Yeah, so you walk down to the end of the hall in this little like lobby area. Each floor has its own tiny lobby, and then there's like the main lobby where they have the computer systems and everything at the bottom. So I assume everyone walked down there to like the little couch common room area where they keep a single fake plant near a window. Y'all see Legacy walk down the hallway. What do you do?
Sup?
Legacy just kind of nods and looks everybody over. And then her eyes land on Neon. I think I got something for you. Let's talk either back in the apartment or out of the building, just in case they're ears.
She nods.
She'll let everybody else decide if we're going out or staying in for the conversation.
Yeah, so you got an update. Where are you all headed?
I don't care.
Let's go grab lunch.
There was also the last question I had, but I guess we could technically.
Ben Getty. Wait, what last question?
Oh, it was from last session, essentially. The if he could get into other tech, essentially, like he did with Tetsuo's. So.
Oh, you can ask that at any point whenever you feel like it.
We're gonna
Whenever
test
you
it,
feel
is what I thought.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, I mean, Legacy can go run back and grab her like a laptop. And then we can head out to somewhere appropriately neutral and public, hopefully.
Yeah, there's plenty of places that are like acceptably public, but not like high profile. There's the place that you would probably go that you haven't been to in a while is the bar at the end of the universe.
Mm-hmm.
I was thinking sushi, but okay.
There's also sushi. You could go to a sushi bar.
Let's go to a sushi bar.
What bar at the end of the universe?
It is
Does
a
the universe have sushi?
not
I
really
didn't
really
think
good
so.
sushi, but they do have sushi. They have the fucking packaged California rolls and spring rolls that you can find at a grocery store.
Disgusting.
There is also an internet cafe, I assume, somewhere.
Wasn't
Yeah, the bar at the end of the universe is like a bar/internet cafe. It has good tech and internet. It is a bar that caters to like journalists and inquisitives and computer aficionados. It's
Does it have good sushi?
No, he just said it's
I didn't think
the
so.
fucking
It-
like bad
it-
California rolls.
I know.
it do have sushi though.
You say sushi, and that's just what Legacy and fucking Kaya think of. It's like, okay, fucking California rolls from bar at the end of the universe.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you're like, is it good sushi? Like, yeah, it's pretty good.
Okay. You'll think
it's-
of there, she orders it, and she's appalled at you two.
You walk into the bar at the end of the universe. So the bar at the end of the universe is off of Andromeda Street, which is why it's called that. And it's all spacey themed, and it's very chill. The environment is very vibed, very very cool. And is this a good one? Yeah. So it's a pretty chill atmosphere. Lots of blues and grays and silvers, purples and fuchsias. It's very spacey themed. There's a corner that's literally just like a computer stand with a beanbag, and they're just a circle of them. There's a really really low square couch set up. It is a very kind of hipster bar. And when you walk in, there's no one who serves you. It's just you walk up to the bartender and order food. But if you walk up and order sushi, he will walk over to the cash register, reach over the counter, grab two from the little freezer section beside the register, and then hand them to you.
Wait, who does?
The guy, the bartender cashier. It's like 1 to 2 people.
What do they do? I'm sorry, my headphones cut out.
They grab
No, you're good.
sushi from a like little refrigerator in front of the cash register and hand them to Neon.
Yeah, it's
Oh.
Yeah,
She
it's
looks at
legit.
you like, you traitor.
Ben Getty he looks over and he's like, I'll take one, please. The guy grabs
Neil
another
just
one.
tosses hers at him.
So fumbles like catches it.
Later tonight, I am taking you to an actual sushi place, and you will never want this slop ever again.
It's not that bad. It's fucking sushi.
No,
Ash.
no, that's plastic and whatever else is in there, but it's not sushi.
Cashier just like looks at this conversation and just
Legacy just gets like a fucking like sandwich or some shit and goes and finds a table.
I will order a sandwich and a drink.
Guy's like, sandwich and a drink. Got a preference on the drink? And he gestures to the cooler and he gestures to the actual beer that's on tap and liquor.
Any good wines on sale?
He just raises an
Or on
eyebrow.
tap- Or on tap, not on sale, but on tap.
He takes like one good step back. This is a pretty broad looking dude with a
Have
brown
fun,
shirt
Aiden.
and an apron. And he takes a step back and puts a hand on his hip and looks at the shelf of bottles behind him. He'll grab one off the shelf and put it back and grab a different one and be like, I got this Riesling, and he just holds it up.
Sure.
Cool. He grabs a beer mug and pours wine into it.
I take it and I go to a table
Clearly hopping.
Jesus Christ. Kaya's just gonna order a double of house whiskey and a sandwich.
Guys, the guy looks at you, nods with like respect and understanding. He's like, "You got it." And turns around, grabs the whiskey. He yells into the kitchen, just like, "Got a sandwich!" Dude behind the kitchen, you see like a thumbs up, pull out from behind the wall.
I'm assuming this is supposed to be kind of the regular bar for Kaya
Yeah.
and Legacy.
This is a weird eclectic mix of working class blue collar workers and also like the techie like casual hacker types. That there just happens to be the shaved head grizzled looking dude behind the counter today. But there are people in the bar. You see a couple of jumpsuits, you see a couple of engineers looking people, you see a couple of people in not nice clothes, but like business casual, and they're just chit-chatting. They have computers open. There's a couple of what look like teenagers hanging out in the beanbag area, and it's just a whole weird mix. It is a mix of people you would never have thought to be in the same place at the same time.
Cool. So, Legacy.
Oh.
Yeah, this is where we met Double D.
Yeah.
Mhm.
I hate this place.
Legacy just is like already found a like table that probably has like a single beanbag at it, and that's the one she sits on, like fucking cross-legged.
Yep. None of the chairs match. Well, two of them match. There's a third and fourth one that don't match. So you have like three different styles of chair. One of them's metal, two of them are wood. It's like fake wood. It's something Kaya you've seen before. It is a like fake synthetic wood thing, and
What?
huh?
Go ahead.
Yeah, it's like a plastic type of mix that's chopped up with like 100-time recycled wood. And then there's a like folded metal piping chair, and then there's the way too big beanbag. And it's been like there's patches all over it from people jumping too hard on it and then tearing it, and you have to just sew another patch on there. So there's a couple of there's a couple of linen patches, a couple leather patches, but it's a serviceable beanbag. It has got some good plush, good plump to good old flop to it.
Floof.
Legacy just cross-legged on it, setting up her laptop on the table while everybody else comes around. It's just like raises a brow at Neon's offense to this place, but doesn't say.
Ben Getty is like actually pretty enamored with this. He's like looking around at the ceiling, and you can see like the paint on the walls, the blues and pinks, reds, grays, and silvers that are decorated as though it were like a galaxy. They go from the floor to the wall to the ceiling, and they spiral around. It's really cool, even though it's kind of like a ramshackle looking bar. They paint it over metal, and you can tell there's very obvious like divots and rivets, but it's still pretty cool. From a distance, you can look around and it feels like you're in like a retro arcade, and it's pretty neat. But Ben Getty is looking at the ceiling, looking around at all the people, and he's like confused, but also like relaxed. Like, this place is fucking weird, but I like enjoy it. And he like climbs onto a stool.
Is he getting anything?
He took the sushi that
Oh, okay.
Neon had.
He has,
Oh,
yeah. He has the sushi from Neon. Lockhart grabs a discount salad and a bottle of water. Which the salad that you get, it's like tomato, lettuce, onion, and in the salad there's a package of ranch. Like it's not great.
She doesn't even put the ranch on it.
But y'all,
Veggies are fine.
yeah, y'all sit down, and Ben Getty doesn't use chopsticks. He just grabs the sushi with his fingers and eats them.
Just like good proper fucking Westerner. Disrespecting the sushi. So Legacy sits down with her laptop and like opens it up and starts working for a second, and then she sighs really heavily and looks at everybody. So, good news and bad news. Well, not necessarily bad news. Neutral news for the moment.
Do we need to get another drink for that?
No, you shouldn't.
After a couple seconds, you see that bartender walk over, the guy wearing a brown shirt and a black apron, shaved head. He has a tray, and he has 4 drinks just fist in one hand. And he sets the drinks down in the middle, and then he pulls the tray down, pulls off 2 sandwiches, and sets them both side by side, and he's like, cheers, and walks away.
Fuck yeah.
The sandwich you got, it looks like it's got like the little plastic bucket thing, the little like netted plastic bucket with like a plastic film on the inside so that you can set food on it.
Mm-hmm.
And it is a messy burger, but it's one of those like kind of sandwiches you get from a food cart, and it's like, oh fuck yeah, it's got ketchup leaking out of the sides. The bun is fucking massive. The patty is all weirdly shaped, but it's like extra thick and greasy. There's 2 lettuce leaves that have not... It's not chopped lettuce. It's like they just took a literal thing of lettuce, cut it in half, and just set it on the fucking patty and put the bun on top.
Well, it's better than the sushi, I suppose. Still hate you.
It's fucking... Ugh.
Whatever. What are you talking about, Legs?
So, Hijack is going to help. We're going to be recruiting to our goal. So it won't just be one hacker, it will be many.
Ben Getty with a mouthful. What's our goal?
And she's just like this like momentary death glare to Bengetti.
Give me shit.
Our end goal, or at least my end goal, is killing Joseph Diego. She says it quietly.
Yeah, you're also not near anybody. But just to be clear, you're a good. There's a good amount of distance between you and anybody else.
And Legacy just kind of like looks slightly annoyed that Neon has said that out loud in a public space, but nods.
Can you say that louder? I don't
Ben.
think the others heard you.
Ben Getty nods.
Shush.
I heard her.
Can
You
you
just-
fucking finish chewing before you speak?
What? He goes to protest and then just stops to chew.
Thank you.
And Legacy just like lets this exchange happen and then nods and like, okay, I'm gonna continue now. He also was the one that got into the lab. He got some information he couldn't read that maybe somebody can, and she like pointedly looks at Bengetti and then looks back at her laptop. But he's, in order for us to get a copy, because it is a bit of a big nuclear button for him, I had to give him a nuclear button in exchange on me. So
Ben Getty just winks.
we can't fuck him over, or at least I will probably be dead very quickly.
No.
I wasn't planning on doing anything to them either way, so.
And she looks at Neon. And I imagine you can help with getting the actual copy that we need. He's hidden it, and even though I could probably go get it, the further out it goes from him, the safer everybody is.
So you need me to go retrieve a package from somewhere, I assume?
And she nods.
Okay, where?
And she will send over the same coordinates that she got to Neon's phone.
Where are these coordinates?
The coordinates, they direct you to a location inside Mariposa Ward, which is the like open park nature-y area.
Okay. How far away is that?
It is adjacent to Adam's Ward. Let me take you to the map.
Yeah, that's the next word over.
Yes.
Mhm.
Yeah, so it is in Mariposa Ward. And he said it's underneath a bridge. You have the exact coordinates, so you know the exact bridge he's referring to. Or you know the exact bridge to go to. There's multiple little bridges that you can walk over that have little artificial streams and stuff underneath them. But it's the general sense is that he picked a particularly like bland looking one. It's not like a named like the Golden Gate or some shit.
Okay, I'll be right back.
Well, is it something that
Get
like Legacy thinks that if she just like plugs in a USB or something to the little drone, it'll download?
So if you go there and to that location, there is a physical copy of the report that has been made.
Okay, gotcha.
Yeah, and the drone is a little like basically like a scanning drone that's meant for documents. And the way he described it, I can like you could find this online very easily. You can see that there are machines and drones. There's a desk, like one called like Desk Jockey 2, and it literally when it is near documentation, it will scan it and save it to a digital location. But he obviously rigged it so that it would scan it and start sending it to people.
Okay, so it's something that she could just take pictures of the document then, because I don't want to necessarily completely remove his safety net.
Mm-hmm.
I
Yeah.
just want to get a copy.
Yes, you could go get a copy.
Okay.
So you need me to take pictures of them with a camera or something similar?
If you could.
Okay, I'll be right back.
Mm.
She gets up. Do you have like a camera you want me to take it with, or is my phone okay?
That's perfectly fine. Just, I'm sure you already will. Make sure you're not seen doing it.
She nods. Okay, I'm going to Mariposa Ward. BRB.
Okay.
You kids enjoy the bar
With the offensive sushi.
and the offensive. Yeah, she's taking any excuse to just get out of here.
All right.
Just like offends her.
All right. Be careful.
Thank you.
Ben Getty, meanwhile, he has a California roll with 2 fingers. He has smushed the wasabi and the soy sauce together and is using it as like a mop to combine the substances, and then he puts it in his mouth.
I'm gonna go get another drink.
And he's okay with that much wasabi?
Oh, he's not using he like takes the little curved edge on the cardboard plate
Yeah.
of the sushi. He like uses it as like a paint scraper and scrapes off a huge chunk of it, and then just lightly takes some wasabi.
Gotcha.
He just used it as a mixing spoon, and then just peeled off some wasabi and was like, "All right, cool."
Fucking another double of whiskey for that shit.
every shot glass you get,
Mhm.
there's like a 90% chance it doesn't look like the one you got before, unless you're using the same one.
She does.
Yeah, it's just like the part of the appeal is that this place is just kind of mismatched. All the glassware looks different. The shot glasses are different. It's like a whole menagerie of different types of like bar accoutrements.
Nice.
I'm trying to think of everything that Legacy and Hijack talked about. I don't know that there's necessarily anything else that she needs to say. She's not gonna like air all of his shit out.
Mm-hmm. Makes sense.
And she will turn and start working on pulling up some copies or kind of clones or some shit of some security systems from other companies she's worked for. So they're probably a year or two old copies of old security shit that she just gets to have as white hat hacker helping with security.
Oh yeah.
And when she's found one that she thinks is relatively not difficult but a little bit more challenging than the others, she kind of nods and like moves onto her knees on the beanbag, spins the laptop around and pushes it in front of Ben Getty.
Ben Getty looks at it and looks at her and just goes, "What's this?"
Just trying to see if you can get into this too.
Oh. Okay. Not like a real adept hacker, but I'll try. And he leans forward, wipes his hands on his pants, and then looks at the screen and starts to... You can see he's very, very focused on it, very intent on trying to figure out what to do. And he is going to attempt to break through the security system. After probably about 5 or 6 minutes, he starts clacking away at the keys, and it's not fast. He's certainly taking his time. He's not very he's not a very skilled, fast hacker, but he's kind of getting there. After a few minutes, this is burgeoning on. Okay, cool. You would at this point know that it's going to take him way longer than it would take him working on the Tetsuo thing. You hit like the 20-minute mark, the 25-minute mark, 30-minute mark, and eventually he's just like, "This is a lot harder than I thought. What security system is this?"
And she just kind of like, after a couple minutes, she's sat back down and kind of looked towards Lockhart and just gestured towards the computer like this shit.
She was watching Johan the whole, like, kind of intently, trying to notice if there's any differences in focus and whatnot, and she looks over to Legacy and just kind of nods in understanding.
And quickly looks back at Vingetti and is like, just fucking copy of something I was using on a job a year or two back.
He blinks and just shrugs, because, okay, so it's like, it's another security system. I mean, I could probably get into it. Give me like another, I don't know, half hour, maybe? Why am I doing this?
We got the info we needed.
Yeah, she just shakes her head and like slides her computer back over.
Was there, like I said, this might be a weird question, but like, was there any difference in posture or anything, like intensity, compared to hacking in the other system?
Not really. Ben-Getty gets into this kind of mode whenever he is concentrating on a task. The only difference you would notice is that he was remarkably less hesitant because he knew he had this sort of I know what I'm doing, like.
So he was
kind of-
relaxed
yeah.
previously, essentially. Would be a better way to put it.
Yeah. He's not like he's not relaxed now, but he's certainly like not as I know this. This is
Yeah,
very
or confidence, I guess.
Yeah, there was a lot less like raw confidence in his gesture and his mannerisms. It's very much him attempting to do like a hack and not sure where to go, but still thinking about it.
Quick question.
Mhm.
Not in character. Sorry.
Mhm.
This guy like the fuck's going on?
Fuck if I know.
Yeah, legs, Lockhart.
Just testing his knowledge.
All right, what's the result?
She kind of she looks to Legacy and says, "I'd say unsatisfactory."
Well, fuck you too then.
Legacy just like stares at Lockhart for a second, and then just shakes her head and looks, props chin in hand, like elbow on table, looks towards Kaya. He knows a weird amount of shit about Tetsuo. And
It's not just a weird. It's not just weird. It's crazy.
And let's just say he hacked something. Not even hacked, just backdoored his way in. For Tetsuo.
I consider that, to be fair.
She just said that, yeah, no. But she's like, backdoored his way in 30 seconds, a minute.
Sticks its tongue out at you.
With standard hacking, even the best, longer than that. And it's not hacking, because that was a simple enough program, and it took him that long to decide he was going to need an extra 30 minutes.
Okay, well, I obviously haven't done it with this yet, so I need time to learn it. And he crosses his arms.
Okay. Yeah, that's fucking weird.
Why is it weird? It's not weird. You're weird. And he gestures to Legacy.
Legacy just like looks to him and just like not phased at all by the insult. It's weird because it's not about learning a program. You know way too much without knowing that you know too much. And don't start with the it's because I'm a fucking genius. Because
Closes
it's
his
not.
mouth. Well, crosses his arms and just goes, I did work for Tetsuo for like a long fucking time, to be fair. Of course I know that stuff. And what I don't understand how I could know something and also not know it. That's fucking dumb.
Look, here's the thing. I get it. If it was just one thing, maybe two things, it wouldn't be weird. It's the fact that there's a lot of fucking weird shit going on with your memory that's fucking concerning.
It's not concerning to me.
Well, that's because...
That's part of the problem.
It's fucking exactly. Thank you, Lockhart.
I don't really understand what to do about it, Yara. Because, like, I mean, if I don't remember it, then what the fuck do you expect to happen next, I guess? Like, I'm not going to bump my head and then remember everything.
Legacy, like, she gets this very thoughtful look on her face, and you can see her kind of knee bouncing to the side. She's thinking. How long did you say that you worked for them again, Ben-Getty?
Um, well, I think 15 years-ish.
Do you remember all of it?
He blinks and puts a hand to his chin, looks up at the ceiling, and just goes, I remember, like, the highlights. I don't remember every day, obviously, but, like,
Wait,
you know, big projects. And he gestures to Lockhart, the one that
she's
really got us in fucking trouble.
kind of waves for a second. I guess better question. Is there any time that you think that you're missing from when you worked there?
He inhales and just kind of sits up. He sits up a little bit more straight and then looks at the ceiling again. And just goes, sort of, I guess. Like, I mean, I obviously can't remember what I don't remember, but I can remember, like, well, no, it doesn't really make sense because I can remember that I don't know much about something. I don't know. Point being, I remember, like, a handful of experiments, but nothing older than, like, maybe 5 or 6 years.
So you don't
I
remember the
spent in
beginning.
training. No. I assume it's no big, like, different than what was normally there.
Legacy just gets very serious very quickly. And looks at Lockhart. How long were you working with him?
Out of character, we said 5 years, right?
I believe so, yes.
Yeah. About 5 years.
And there was never a time when you were with him that he just didn't show up for work one day or was sick when you don't think he was sick?
Lockhart, for
And back.
for the life of you,
Hello.
every time you think about Ben Getty and his work attendance and such, he was always there before you and left after you. At least that's what you assume.
Mm.
But no matter what time you showed up, Ben Getty was there before you. And no matter how late you left, Ben Getty always stayed later.
I don't believe so. She
Ben
looks
Getty,
over at Ben and he's like, I mean, he always a hard worker. I mean, that's
well,
what I remember.
he turns, looks flatly at Legacy and just goes, "You could ask me."
I'm concerned you won't remember what I'm trying to get to.
Or downplay not remembering, as if it's normal.
Well, it's not abnormal, I guess. Like, on every day, it's kind of the same. You don't pay attention to it, right? So, like,
Ben
I
Getty,
don't know. What?
Tetsuo is into cybernetics. You were working on the brain. You know what Tetsuo asks its employees to do sometimes.
Okay, well,
What if there was an experiment that you're just not remembering because it was on your brain?
there is this little pause, and he really furrows his brow, puts his hands on his knees, and he's sitting cross-legged on a stool. Starts to think, and then puts one elbow on his knee and kind of holds his hand, or holds his head in his hand. Just goes, I mean, I don't. And he just shrugs, and his shoulders kind of sag. Don't remember, I guess. That's guess that's why you didn't ask me. And he looks over to Lockhart and just kind of shrugs. He has this sort of somewhere between defeated and resigned, but also kind of like complacent with it. Like it's frustrating, but it's also like, he'll move on.
Lockhart at Legacy's comment, like she's kind of biting her lip and looks Spaghetti with like sadness, a little pity, like concern, nervousness, just big mix of emotions.
Legacy just kind of nods for a second. She stares at her computer. Is there any type of... I assume there would be to some extent, because, like, there is such a thing as, like, illegal cybernetics and things, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, is there, like, fucking, like, hand scanner for cybernetics? Like, police have or some shit? Or, like, a cybernetic doctor would have?
Yeah, there are devices.
well,
There are devices that are not implants that allow you to detect and, like, get a register on implants. It's either used for surgery, or if a doctor doesn't have a cybernetic eye, they would have this. Yeah, there's definitely scanners built for that purpose.
It's also a thing that we can get too, that we can buy as
Yeah.
an augment.
So, Legacy just kind of nods, like, well, first steps, always look for residual signs of implants. Scan for it next. If those two don't work, then maybe there's nothing. Maybe we need to figure out something else.
I have a dumb question again. You mentioned that Mengele has gone to Veloska's a lot, like, for other reasoning, right?
Yes. You also recall that Veloska has said he's been here for worse. The one
Yeah.
time that he came in after the motorcycle accident.
Yeah. I mean, we could talk to Veloska eventually.
And Legacy kind of like looks at Lockhart, and you see her like she's considering what she wants to ask for a moment. And she finally like, he was good to us over the past 48 hours. But do you really trust him to give you an honest answer?
She takes a breath, looks at Mengele, and then looks back at Legacy, and it's kind of like she kind of has like a look of like she's thinking on it kind of thing, and like uncertain, but she nods her head. I would hope so, at least.
Ben Getty makes this disgusted noise and he scoots the stool back and puts his hands in his very, very big hoodie middle pocket, and he walks over to the register and just kind of wanders around the inside of this bar internally.
Kaya want to be a mom friend.
Yeah, Kaya's gonna follow him. She'll like down the rest of her drink, and then follow him.
Okay. You find him, like, he moved probably 60 or so feet away. there's a little section of the Andromeda bar that has like Andromeda merch where they have like hats and t-shirts and hoodies and stickers, bottles, all that sort of shit. And Bengetti walks over and grabs a shirt that's in his size, grabs a jacket that's in his size, and walks over to the register and throws them on the counter. And then he goes back to the shelf, grabs a hat, and throws it onto the counter. And they're all pretty simple looking. The only thing that's more intricate is the jacket. The jacket is it looks like a nebula pattern, kind of like the inside of the bar. The shirt itself, it just has the words "bar at the end of the universe" all stacked vertically.
Mm-hmm.
And then the hat is like a swirling, it is a black hat, like a black baseball cap with a swirling picture of the Milky Way on it.
Okay.
He's creating himself the Marvel disguise.
Yeah, he walks over, buys that stuff, immediately walks to a slightly, like, he buys it really quickly, and then you walk up and he's scooping it into his hands.
Kaya would probably like see him buy all that stuff, and she'll go and she'll buy a hat as well. She'll buy the same hat in her size,
Mm-hmm.
and she'll go sit next to him. And like
he walks over to a back section of the bar, like kind of tucked behind a corner, and he immediately takes the hoodie off and takes off the shirt he was wearing underneath it and slips on that shirt and slips on that jacket and pulls the hat over his head. And his hair is like it barely fits all his hair underneath it, but he pulls the hat down and adjusts his glasses because they were kind of messed up when he ripped his shirt off and put on a different one. But he's now in more appropriately sized, non-baggy clothing, and he looks at the hoodie and just ties it around his waist.
Okay, will walk up to him. She'll put on the hat. He's like, "Look, we match now."
He looks at Kai and raises an eyebrow, and he just goes, "Cute."
Are you alright?
I mean, yes, but no one seems to think that it matters. I am alright. I don't fucking feel any different. Imagine if someone told you that you were sick with some kind of cancer, and you just, for however long you've been alive, it's never bothered you. And they're just constantly telling you that it's a huge issue. I don't feel any different. I'm still the same person, right? Like, it's still me. Just because I don't remember certain shit, it doesn't bother me. Does it make me less of, I guess, me?
Of course
I think
not.
it does.
No,
But
it
like,
doesn't.
and to be clear, this is not like the result of binge drinking.
No, I got you. Don't worry.
And I guess also, just to kind of put your mind more at ease, this is also not the result of the motorcycle crash. He doesn't look at you in the eye for that. He's looking at the ground and shrugs.
Thanks.
I remember not remembering this sort of thing prior to that. It just, again, didn't bother me, so I never brought it up. And whenever people talked about it, I never bothered to tell them or ask. If they very, very rarely did someone ask me directly about my parents or my childhood or whatever else.
Really?
Well, not at work. And outside of work, I was at home.
Like, you didn't... I mean, when I had coworkers, we talked about that kind of shit all the time. Well, it's kind of how you make work friends and stuff. Like, I kind of still come here a lot, but I still hang out with all my old coworkers here, and because we talked about that kind of stuff when we were working. But no one asked you that stuff before?
I worked alone in a lab at Tetsuro. Well, not alone. I had a couple of assistants who stayed there every now and then, but they would rotate in and out until like Lockhart got there, and luckily stayed for the longest, like 5 years or some shit. And I mean, besides her, there was no one except the immediate director who I would come into contact with. And like, I don't remember his name. He didn't come in every day. He came in maybe like once a year. And he only would talk to me via like email communication. He was basically the guy who sent me projects, minus the one big project that obviously got me in big fucking trouble or whatever.
Right.
But yeah, didn't have coworkers to do that with, and I didn't socialize outside of work because I don't. Never. He stops to think about it and just goes, "I never socialized outside of work, but I don't have a problem socializing because I obviously like hanging out with you all."
Well, that's good. You know, pretty sure we all like hanging out with you too. At least I do.
He looks back at you with another like that kind of classic raised eyebrow look, and he just goes, "Really? Do you really like hanging out with me?"
Yeah. Why? Do you think I'm fucking lying?
Well, maybe. Maybe he was trying to make me feel better or some shit. I don't know. Is that abnormal? Not that you're lying, but like the phenomenon is not. I feel like it's normal for people to lie to make someone feel better.
Yeah, but I wouldn't. If you look like shit, I'll tell you you look like shit because I would want you to not look like shit anymore.
He grabs the hoodie and just goes, "Did I look like shit in this hoodie?"
No. Okay, look. Bad timing. It looks fine.
He gets this blasé look on his face and just goes, "Whatever. It's a disguise. It's not even like a clothing choice." But regardless of that, it's like, I don't know. I think about some of the experiments I've done and some of the tests and some of the equipment I've worked on and made, and it feels strange, but I know it too well to think that I didn't always know how to do it, which is weird. It's like, I didn't go to college. I didn't need to or feel like I had to.
Yeah,
I
that
just
works.
didn't. And like, I got a job at Tetsuro, which obviously one of the biggest companies here, and I didn't really want to work anywhere else. But yeah, I never really felt compelled to socialize or talk to anybody outside of work. But I mean, like, the more what I think about it, it's not. I don't know, actually. Maybe there's like something wrong with my personality or like my brain or whatever.
You're what?
My brain, is it maybe there's something wrong with it? Like, not just the missing memory things, but like maybe I'm just not. And he's gesticulating with his hands, and he just goes, maybe I'm just not normal, I guess.
No one is.
Well, he shrugs, just goes, I I don't really know what to do about it.
Well,
It's weird.
yeah. Things get weird sometimes, you know? And look, there's obviously a lot of shit missing from you, but she's gonna like turn to look at him. She's gonna look at him dead in the eyes as she says this. Minghetti, just because you're missing memories doesn't make you any less of who you are. And there's nothing intrinsically wrong with you, alright? You're just missing some puzzle pieces. And the fact that you're missing so many, and it's all tied to this corporation that's got its hands in a lot of shady shit, is really fucking concerning. And at least I can speak for myself when I say that I'm concerned about this because I'm worried about what they did with whatever the fuck they took from you, if that's what fucking happened. But look, there's nothing wrong with you. You're just missing a couple of pieces. Alright?
He blinks. Roll me. Roll me.
There's
A
no heart in this game to roll.
cool.
Or dump stat.
You can roll me. Actually, yeah, you can roll me cool. And do you have any sort of like, do you have anything relating to biology?
No, hold on.
Or
Wait a
psychology, sorry, not biology. Psychology.
Okay, let's say. No, nothing relating to psychology.
What's your mom friend abilities?
She doesn't have Team Mom anymore.
Oh.
Mhm. Do you have any powers or anything that you might want to try and use?
I was gonna say, I'd like to boost it.
Okay. You got a boost?
I'd like to boost, and I can only boost a thing once, right?
Yeah, you can only boost it once.
Yeah, if only.
It can get boosted from multiple sources, but a player can only boost themselves one time.
Okay. Okay. I will say I'd like to boost the roll, and I'd like to use my 3D printer ability.
Okay.
So it says once per mission, you may add your 3D printer like asset specialty, which is +1 to any roll, so long as you can justify having printed something relevant before or during the mission.
Okay. What did you print?
I'm gonna say that she printed a little 3D model of, you know, those like little like brains that are like puzzle pieces, like a little little keychain size one, just to like help her sell her thing of like, hey, it's still you, you know, you're just missing a little bits and pieces, and we're just concerned how that happened and why, considering who's fucking involved.
Okay.
So
I will let you add your +1 for having a little keychain thing of a brain puzzle piece, provided you give it to Ben Getty.
yes, that was my plan.
Okay. So you hand it to him, and then go ahead and roll your 3d6 plus your 3D printer.
Oh boy, let's fucking go.
Okay.
11.
So there is a tangible confusion on Ben Getty's face, not from what you said or did, but you can see him. He listens to you. He has clearly heard what you're saying, and he tries to concentrate. And you see this, like this twitch, almost, in his left eye, and you notice that, like, when you think about, or when you mention his lost memories and everything, it's that there's always a a little twitch in his left eye, and you only just now noticed. And he looks back up. He looks at the little keychain, and he looks back up at you, and he just goes, "I want you to be mad. Thanks for this." And he looks down at the little keychain puzzle, and he looks back up at you, and just goes, I'm really struggling to, like, care about. He just waves at his head.
He's gonna like let out a deep breath. She's gonna like pat him on the shoulder. And she's just gonna say, "Look, it's alright. You've got people to care for you now."
He gets a sort of that smiled face on his slant smiled face look, and he just goes, "Well, I hope it's not like difficult or annoying, I guess. But thanks for whatever you're willing to donate."
You're welcome. What else are friends for, right?
He shrugs. I don't really know. I've never really had any real friends outside of Luckily. And, well, I never really hung out with Valeska. But he's a good associate. I think he would not want to spend a day with me. Not that that's like a big deal.
Well, you officially got 2 friends now, and she's gonna like tap her hat. We've all matching hats now. It's official.
He looks at the hat, and then he grabs the lip of his hat and then adjusts it and just goes, "Should maybe get one for Lockhart." Luckily,
Yeah,
not.
let's do it.
Well, actually, she probably doesn't want a hat. She doesn't do hats.
No?
No. And he like does this like not no as in just like, oh no, it's this kind of like, nah, she's not gonna wear a hat. She might keep it, but she wouldn't wear it.
She'd probably still appreciate it.
Maybe. Maybe we should get her a sticker. Put it like on the inside of his coat, so it's not visible to anyone but her. And that way she doesn't have to be like weirded out by it, because it's just going to be like a sticker for a bar. And he like gestures to the room.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I saw some with the same hat and the design on the hat. Let's go get it.
He holds up a finger and just goes, I want to grab it and give it to Lockley. And look, I know there's a lot of tension and weird shit going on, but I want to go back to my house. And I don't think Lockley's going to really like it if I try to leave, because she's really protective. So, like, if I just cut and run, would you be able to, like, tackle her?
I can probably try, and I think I'd slow her down for like a second before she flips me over.
He waves his hand and like gets into a thinking position and just goes, "No, you're right. Like, I'm not really fast either, so she could catch me."
Yeah. But what's that about?
What?
Why-
Wanting to go back to my lab?
Like trying to run from her? Like,
Well, she's just really, really protective, and I don't think she wants to let me out of her sight.
mm-hmm.
He looks over his shoulder and peers around the corner of the wall. Is Lockhart looking at or for him?
Or is she still talking to Legacy about?
Yeah,
shit?
how long has it passed since this?
That amount of time, it's been a couple minutes, maybe like 20.
20 minutes? Okay.
Yeah, the
Yeah,
conversation that we were having, that's about how long it would take. So he like
Okay.
peers around the corner. Is Lockhart
She-
looking in that direction?
She was probably having a conversation with Legacy.
Mhm.
But like kind of like glancing to make sure he's okay. But seeing Kaya there is kind of like, okay. Still a little tense, but just trying to.
Legacy
She's checking on him every
conspiracy
few feet.
theorying.
Yeah, essentially. But
So
she glances at him every once in a while.
So
Every
he
few minutes.
peers around the corner and he would see you glance over. Possibly.
Yeah.
Okay. And he would lean back and just look at Kai and be like, yeah, she's not gonna like it at all. She's gonna probably want to immediately follow me. Which, I mean, I get it, because I'm cool. But also, I need to go home. I haven't been to my lab in, like, 100 years. And I want to work on shit. Because I've got, like, a bunch of crazy ideas, and he gestures to, like, his head. And I still need to get them out on paper.
Alright, well, I'm pretty sure she'd let you go to your lab. She'd probably just go with you, right?
Well,
And just pointing this out of like we still have to go to that ward anyway for the fucking Maxine meetup, so we can drop them off.
I think it'd be the other way around, technically.
well, I'm gonna see if she'll let me go, because I'm not gonna be anywhere dangerous. Nobody knows where my lab is, except Lockley. Which, she's not nobody, but like, you know what I mean. Either way,
I mean, I know
it's
where it
a
is too.
safe. He pauses, and then looks up and just goes, "And you, and you're also not nobody, by the way. I just forgot." And that's like not like a memory thing. I just literally forgot that I did that because I usually don't tell people where I live. And now
What?
I think Legacy's gonna know, which is concerning because I didn't tell you this before, but like, you know, my eye is cybernetic, right? He points to his left eye.
Yeah.
Her face is weird sometimes.
Yeah. You only told me after you met her, so I couldn't have, I don't know, warned you.
I didn't expect her to have like that. So it's kind of weird to talk about because I thought I was hallucinating for a little bit. But regardless, he shakes his head and just goes, "It's fine. Just like the Legacy's probably trustworthy, right? Like she's not gonna attack me at my home." And he looks around the corner to see if Legacy's looking.
No, she's still deep conspiracy theorying. Just talking to the air if Lockhart's not paying attention.
I imagine Lockhart's talking with you or trying to understand, as long as it's not going too deep into the specifics, I guess.
He leans back and he goes, "If she tries to break into my house, I will shoot. I don't have a gun yet, but I can make one."
So? Like, look, unless you like really piss her off, I don't think she'll come after you. Besides, we're all kind of working towards the same thing.
Well, yes, but she also throws a lot of stuff at me.
That's, to be fair, you know, she just kind of just does that. But also, you really know how to push buttons.
He gets this like, what? Kind of look on his face. Just goes, "Push buttons."
Yeah.
I know I'm a scientist, but I don't really know what that means in a social context, aside from like you're all bothered by my saying things.
That's pretty much it. You know how to, I don't know, say stuff to piss people off.
I'm not pissed off, luckily. once.
I think Lockhart's got the patience of a fucking saint, honestly.
He puts a hand on his hip and he goes, "No. What is he supposed to mean?"
Yeah, she just seems like, such a trustworthy person. I mean, we're trusting her to like work with us on this really really important thing. That's what I meant.
Roll with disadvantage to try to cover your ass and then fucking lie.
Fuck, do I spend the prep on this?
You can.
Oh shit! Oh Jesus Christ! Okay, I'm gonna spend the fucking prep to boost this.
It's 3d6, and you take the worst of the three.
Okay. Do I put a 1 in disadvantage?
Yes, one in disadvantage, and then roll
dice.
three dice.
Okay. Oh boy, cool check, right?
Yep.
Holy!
Are you fucking serious?
Wow.
Are you fucking serious?
Honestly, I wasn't expecting you to even let me roll for that. Like, I
it
had
should
typed-
be. It should be a 10. I thought.
The fuck?
Oh, this is correct. Because it's supposed to be take the lowest 3, not roll 3, take the lowest, because that wouldn't.
No,
be
it's rolling 3 dice and then taking the 2 lowest because it's disadvantage, right?
and I
But she
boosted it.
boosted it, so she gets an extra dice roll.
Yeah.
Normally, disadvantage
Okay.
would be roll 3 dice, take the lowest 2. But
Honestly,
she boosted it
Yeah,
instead of-
and
I'd
you
be okay
take
with just failing that. Like, Kaya was so off guard with that. She just
you
fucked
critically
up.
succeeded. You had 3 6s.
that is fucked.
Yeah, but like, I
Yeah,
didn't expect to do well on that. Like,
No,
that is.
So what's funny about this is that Ben Getty trying to suss you out, he rolled 5.
Oh my
So he
god!
narrows his eyes and then looks past you, and he's not paying attention to your explanation at all. And when he looks back, and he just hears, and he just looks up and just goes, "Sure."
Good,
Looks up and down suspiciously.
good. Okay,
He
anyway.
he puts his hands in the coat pockets, and he's just like, "Okay, well, look, I'll go talk to Lockhart, and I'm gonna see if she'll let me go home. And if she can't do it alone, then I'll wait here for a little bit until she lets me go home alone. Because, well, no, she thinks she's gonna stay with me. I think she planned on crashing at my place, which is weird because she hasn't done that in a while, and I haven't cleaned, which is fine because it's actually not that dirty now I think about it.
I mean, it was perfectly fine. Like what, 2 days ago when I was there? Like, how dirty could it have possibly fucking gotten?
Oh yeah, it's not. I've not cleaned it in like a month or something, but it's fine because it's not ever really dirty. He shrugs.
What? How? You know what? Never mind. Good luck talking to Lockhart.
He gives you a thumbs up and just goes, "Yeah, well, thank you for, I guess." And he shrugs and looks at his hat and looks at your hat and just goes, "Matching my hat."
I mean, it's a pretty cool hat. I've kind of wanted to get one for a while now.
He blinks and just goes, turns his head left and right. Really?
Yeah, I mean, I like it. I mean, all the other hat designs look kind of stupid, honestly. Like, this is the best one here.
Yeah, I like the minimalist design because I
Mhm.
don't want to be like a walking billboard. I think this
Exactly.
is just like a nice thing.
Yeah, it's nice.
He just awkwardly shuffles back and forth, and there's a bit of a silence, and he just goes, "I don't know how to end the conversation."
All right, look, she's gonna like put her fucking hands on his shoulder. She's gonna turn him around. Go talk to Lockhart. Talk to you later.
Okay. You push him away, and he's like, starts to walk towards Lockhart.
Should we cut to
Guys.
Neon?
Yeah.
I was just gonna say, Neon, you can get there and grab it and come back. You'll come back after all of this stuff has transpired because you have to take
Okay.
public transport to Mariposa and then take public transport
I have
back.
a car.
Oh yeah, you have a car. Never mind. You can drive to Mariposa, and there's not really any traffic. Parking is kind of a pain in Mariposa Ward because everybody likes to park there and go for little walks and strolls and whatever. But it's dead simple. You would get to Mariposa Ward. It's very like sunny and nice out. Yeah, it's just a sunny, nice day. You're enjoying the weather, and you quickly jog over to one of the pathways.
Mhm.
The coordinates lead you down a walkway into a very, very thick area of like regrown wooded trees, like a thicket. And after you walk through there, you see a little like stone bridge. It looks kind of similar to something you would see in a medieval setting. It's this cobblestone, very small structure, and on the outside, on the like surface and left and right sides, it's cobblestone. But you recall the instructions were to go to the underside of the bridge. So when you go underneath it, you can see that it is just standard concrete, and most of the cobblestone laid on top is either fake or placed there as an aesthetic. And the whole thing is made from just like a simple quickcrete. And you, with relative ease, find a carved out square that is about like 6 inches. And you can see that there's other cracks and such around, but this particular cut, you stick your fingers in the groove and pull, and it's a little tough at first, but you just pry it open and stick your fingers underneath it and slide it all the way out. It's not a big square slab. It's more like a thin cover. So once you slide it out, you find out it's about like 1.5 inches thick of a square piece of concrete. And behind it, you can see that there's pipes and tubing and other things that go through. And that, you would guess, is where they pipe the river water to. And that is why there is this plug here. And you reach in and fish around for a second, and you feel a little metal nut tube device. And you grab it and pull it out, and you find it looks kind of like a stapler, except it is wider, and rather than opening on one end, it has a flat opening in the middle, and all of the papers are loaded into it. There is probably 60 pages of documentation here. There's also, on this device, a transmitter and a cable that runs onto the pipes. It's like, or not onto the pipes, but like wraps around the pipes and goes up. And you would guess that cabling is leading or has led from somewhere to this little device, and he took those cables and used them as like a transmitter. And then he has the thing, like some of this cabling, it looks a little bit like something Kaya would make, where there's like some quick soldered elements on there and a cut piece and a reframed structure piece here, so that it will do that. It's automated to do the thing from a signal. But you find the documents and you flip through them. It looks like the unknown in Pokemon. It is a bunch of weird symbols and sigils. There's charts that are all incredibly vague looking. Some of them have pictures of like a human frame. Some of them have different levels. Some of them show images of parts of the anatomy, like hands and legs and fingers. But you flip through it and take all of those pictures, and after you finish, you put it right back where it was, correct?
Yep.
All right. You slip it right back in there and slide that stone right over top of it and start to head back towards the bar.
Okay.
And right as you're about to get there, there's this exchange with Lockhart and Bengetti, because it's probably about a 20-ish minute drive. So Bengetti would walk over to Lockhart and almost in this kind of awkward, I want to tell you something, but I don't know how to start sort of pose. He stands there and rocks back and forth awkwardly and says, luckily,
Hmm?
I would like to go back to my lab now.
Oh,
And you don't have to come with me, just for the record. You don't have to come right now if you need to be here, but like, I haven't been to my lab in a long time, and I just want to go. So I was gonna tell you and then bounce. And then he like gestures awkwardly towards the door.
she looks at Legacy, and Kaya was still over. Like, did she come over as well, or no?
Yes. But she stopped to go grab another drink.
Okay.
Just
Don't you have something to do? Meet someone? Animal?
Legacy kind of nods. Yeah, the lady that seems to know a little bit more than normal about dreamers.
Maybe it's time we should.
The Legacy just kind of like looks at Lockhart, looks at Bengetti, looks at Kaya. Slowly closes her laptop. Kind of like, I don't know what I'm doing right now, but it seems like we're supposed to be moving.
oh, Neon's not back yet.
Neon would walk in like right at the tail end of this conversation, so that it's like another 20-ish minutes goes by.
Let's get out of here.
Is that Neon joining them?
Yeah.
Okay.
Wow. What a coincidence. Alright.
Did you find it?
Of course I did.
Aww. Like she's up off the beanbag, like hustling towards Neon. Gimme grabby hands.
No, before you get this, we're going to an actual sushi bar. Let's go.
We
Let's
just
go.
fucking ate. We can go later.
No, you ate a slop. I am eating sushi.
It was a fucking sandwich.
It was an okay sandwich, but I want sushi now.
Could we pick it up on the way?
She looks at you as if you just, like, insulted her mother. You do not pick up sushi. You have it nice and fresh at the restaurant.
Okay, look,
Or
sorry.
you make it at home. Yeah, apparently she's passionate about sushi now. Like, that wasn't a thing I made for her, but that's what it is now.
It's fun. Like, Kaya's gonna, like, put up her hands in fucking defeat, like, oh, alright. Look, sorry.
You can go through the files once I've had my sushi. Let's go.
Then Getty looks at Lockhart and then just goes, "Oh, I guess we're just going now.
Good luck with that.
Do I have to put everyone inside my house? Can I just lock the door?"
Or Lockhart looked at the other three and was like, well, good luck with that. We'll meet you when we need to meet you. Once you're done with your meeting.
So Lockhart's just gonna go with Bengetti.
Yep.
Okay. Well.
Which is
what?
fucking pointless because Legacy was trying to get the fucking documents to Bengetti.
It's like, look.
You also don't have to go to Maxine now. Reminder.
Yeah, but Legacy wants to. Legacy wants to get... There's multiple balls in the air that she wants to, like, figure out what's going on.
Well, I mean, we could, at the sushi place while Neon is eating, have Bengetti look at the stuff.
He wants to go fucking home, though.
That's
You
true.
can do it. Well, you can do it from home. You can transfer the files.
Yeah, you do that.
Or I could just literally toss him the information right now.
You're gonna toss him the information, not me.
Well, you said to give it to him. Make up your mind here.
Legacy just gives us, like, fucking evil glare to Neon. And then looks to the other three like, help me.
Jesus Christ.
Then Getty just like looks just confused with the whole situation. I don't have enough beds for everyone, for the record.
We're not staying at your place. I like my bed perfectly fine.
Oh, thank God.
Think you only have to worry about Lockhart. And she just like motions from Neon to Bengetti. Can you look at this before you go?
Now?
Please?
Okay. Well, he looks... You hand him, like, your phone or send him the pictures?
I'll send him the files.
He'll pull out his phone and look at the photos and just flip through the document. You see him flip through it pretty quickly. He scans it and looks at it and he just goes, yeah, this is like a standard, like, it's like a physical encryption. They use this code when they are making a physical document that they don't want stored digitally. It's actually, I don't have this, like, memorized, but I know how to decode it. It's not difficult. If I remember correctly, there's actually an algorithm for it, which is why they don't prefer to store it digitally, because you can actually calculate it.
So it's something you could figure out if given some time.
Probably.
She just kind of nods. Please?
He's
She's saying please for once.
he flips through it and just like you see him grow from like, yeah, okay, and then he flips through a couple more pages and he goes, oh, it's a lot, and then he flips through a few more and he just goes, how many pages is this?
I counted 150.
He like looks at his phone and just goes,
Legacy just holds up a hand. If you can just figure out the algorithm to start the translation, I can probably carry it out.
he just like looks up at you and just goes, no, it's fine. I'll fucking decode this. The algorithm. He just waves a hand. It's too complicated to explain, but like the gist of it, I need to go through the whole document because the code is an embellishment of all the document's contents, but it doesn't fucking. Why the fuck would they make something this long? I'm just gonna read this. Like, why would they make a technical document this long? Who is this for? Has anyone else read this literally ever, besides like the people who wrote it before they coded it, and then now, assumingly me? Like, why would they do this? This is dumb.
I will buy you a 24-pack of Red Bull after this.
Uh, fine. I was gonna do it anyway, but now you owe me Red Bull.
I
Puts his phone in his pocket.
got a question.
What?
That project you and Lockout were working on, the one you said it was also only paper copy. How long was that compared to this?
He blinks and puts a finger to his chin and just goes, I don't really remember. It was something like, well, I only wrote like 24 pages, most of which was just chicken. Like, there's actually just the actual note pages I made physically. Lockley did more of the actual writing process. And Lockhart, the expectation of documentation for Tetsuo is stupidly high. Every document has a 14-page lead-up transcription of the contents,
Jesus.
and a 12-page lead-out with a summary of conclusions. It also has all of the legal information about sharing, processing, and distributing before and after. And all of his notes had to be transcribed into something legible. He handed you effectively like the extra worksheet that you have during a math test. He's like, yeah, this is for this, and this is for this, and he just gave you that, and he's like, expected you to come up with the rest because he doesn't want to do it, and he's like, that's what the assistant does. They write the paper. I'm sure it's not hard. This is a thing that would be like
Yeah.
a fucking pain.
Just eye twitch from Lockhart.
Yeah, yeah. She takes a breath. I twitch. This is small, but that's where standards.
And Getty looks incredulously at you and just goes, really? Like, I've made reports smaller than this.
And who do you think had to expand on them?
Well, like, if you want to fluff it up and make it spicy, then that's your call. But my reports were, I always handed you something that was smooth and to the point, intelligible.
She actually did that. She actually snorted a bit at that. Uh-huh.
He looks at you,
No.
just like a steadily growing ire.
You're good at what you do, and I was good at what I do. There's a reason why I took all your notes.
He opens his mouth to say something, and you feel that like heat of rage of like whatever he says, it's gonna be fucking infuriating, and he stops, doesn't say anything, and just goes, "Thank you." Points a finger really aggressively at you. Now, I'd like to go home.
Oh, he's nerding.
And you have a car.
She actually blinks at that, like, okay, I wasn't expecting that. And she smiles a bit and like, okay. Well, let's get you home then, huh?
He nods and just goes, please.
Start walking out. So, if you don't mind, spaghetti for dinner.
He shrugs and just goes, yeah, sounds good to me. You'll probably have to stop by the store on the way back, because I don't have noodles or pasta sauce or...
I know.
How much did you want to make, by the way? Because I only have one pot.
Wait. What about the pots I gave you last time I visited?
He
What happened?
blinks. I don't remember you bringing a pot. If you brought it, I don't know where you put it. Should I know where you put it?
Lockhart has a secret stash closet in the house to keep him from throwing out shit.
I'll deal with it.
He shrugs, just like, okay. I think this is another good spot for us to take a quick break. We can either continue or switch back to Blowly Blood or whatever. I'm game for anything. But
I'm
I
fine with either
will
as well. What do you guys
I
want to
will
do?
be game
Same.
after I piss.
All you guys fucking.
You okay?
The day of role playing continues.
I'm down for whatever you.
I need to know what we're doing so I know if I need to stop the stream and swap again or not. Okay? There's fucking work on my end. That is not just, I don't fucking care, whatever you guys want.
Do you have a preference, Iris?
Yes, but I'm pretty sure my preference will be very evident, so
What's your preference?
I want to continue Cyberpunk.
Oh, okay.
At
I
least I'm
understand.
honest, okay?
Okay.
Ooh.
Okay.
We need to figure out some shit for Neon to do so Neon has Neon's moment in all of this.
It's like, shit, man. I wasn't expecting to make cool rolls. That's for Neon to make. That's her job.
I'll be honest, I'm really curious about what's up with Maxine, what she has, if this is a wild goose chase or not.
We get some more information about the true endgame boss. Joseph
Yeah.
Diego, I'm imagining, is like the mini boss before shit. As terrifying as it is to think of him as a mini boss.
The only reason why he's a mini boss is because he can't control the thing right now.
Mm-hmm.
But he becomes the main boss if he does get that ability.
Mm-hmm. But I'm excited. You all finally got to see how truly pissed off Legacy is.
Dude! Dude, oh my god, she was a boss! Like, I was getting chills.
I was sitting on that because I was like, Kaya's rage is the I'm gonna go break shit rage. Legacy's is the I have a job now.
I don't remember exactly what you said, but like, I was just like, oh my god. Praise be as fucking hell. This woman is a goddess.
I'm glad you liked.
Like, I love Legacy, I really do. She's quirky, but also, like, you don't want to fuck with her. I am curious as to, like, what / how the end goal is, if that makes any sense.
For Legacy?
Just in general. But yeah, I guess for Legacy too, but just more in general.
I'll say that Legacy's was pretty fucking clear after that.
Well, yeah.
She wants to bring Tetsu, or not bring. She would like to bring down the company, but she will settle for destroying Diego in every way humanly possible that she can figure out how.
It's kind of interesting because, like, this is what I was thinking when that happened too. It's like Lindis's death, like, did affect her a lot more than she's letting on.
Mm-hmm. Exactly.
And that was my thought. Like, oh my god.
We're having this conversation without Piper here to hear it.
Oh, that's...
Piper.
No, I'm
Yeah.
here. I'm listening.
Yeah. Fucking Lindis's death is affecting everyone way more. Or, like, not way more, but just quite a bit. Like, I was a little concerned about Legacy, because, like, she was pissed off with the whole Diego speech, right? In front of the crowd, but, like, she wasn't showing much else since then.
She is... So, I don't know if any of you guys watch Doctor Who at all, but
I used to.
there was a really good quote at one point in there talking about the only, like, I think it's a quote beyond Doctor Who, but, like, the only thing that you have to, like, fear is, like, the anger of a good man. And it just, like, I love that quote, and Legacy's not good, but, like, I like trying to channel that a little bit of, like, again, Kaya's rage was smashing shit and just, you know, pure physical anger. Legacy is like, okay, I have a target now. And every means that I have, every amount, like every second that I have extra that I don't feel like it has to be dedicated to something else, every string I can pull is now dedicated to just ending this man in every way, shape, and form that I can figure out. And then I will, once I have had my way and have destroyed him every way that I can, then it's time for Kaya to have her turn.
Okay.
Was that you chuckling, Joe?
Huh?
Was that you chuckling? I don't know if I heard that right or not.
I think that was an Amy laugh, actually.
Okay.
Oh, I did laugh at that.
I was concerned. I'm like,
Oh, that was a me laugh.
Yeah. Lindis's death essentially turned Chaos from random chaotic hacker to very focused. Just either really good or really bad.
Storm that is approaching.
Yeah, the storm. So if y'all are ready and game, I am game to continue Cyberpunk.
Sure.
Ugh.
Let's see what new bullshit you have for us.
Double Monday dip. So, Amy, you probably know the time of day better than me. The time of day in game is probably somewhere around like lunchtime, correct? Because it started out like really early. Are you keeping track of the time or no?
Nope. We're
Okay,
going off
then
your vibes.
Then the vibe is the vibe is it is like vaguely lunchtime or vaguely after lunchtime. Post like 3 o'clock probably. So
right around the time for Neon to drag our asses to a sushi bar so that she can eat lunch.
yes, it is a perfect time for sushi lunch. And Mariposa Ward, there are like I will say Adams Ward, you won't find a place that's super nice like on the outside. You would find the kind of dive bar sushi restaurant in Adams Ward that looks like a just absolute dog shit establishment, but the chef there is a miracle worker. That's the type of place that you would find there. In Mariposa, you could find a little, like a sushi stand that's very, very neo and modern and cool, and it would have pretty good sushi. It would definitely have sushi more than 10 times the quality of what you found in that plastic box. Yes, there's actual like chefs preparing fish and rolling it, and it's a mix of like the performative aspect of it. It's not super busy. It's like you find it on a nice, cool, windy day in the station on the station. Play some music. Not. I want this music. No, I don't want this music. Stop it. This music's too lively. This is fine. So you are all in Mariposa Ward, which is a lush and beautiful. It is synthetic, but it feels like this natural, beautiful place. I'm gonna see if I have a picture of it. Yeah, I do. Let's see. Give me just a moment, and I will drag you there. So it's.
Was there other place? Was there something we needed to do in Mariposa?
Mariposa is where you would stop for sushi.
Uh,
Oh wait, sorry. You're going to a mall ward.
yeah.
You're passing through Mariposa. Never mind. Yeah, well, Mariposa would have a nice little sushi place, but if you were stopping through a mall ward, or if you're not stopping and you go straight through to a mall ward, that would have a much more like fancy restaurant style. It would be both appealing on the aesthetics and high end sort of vibe, and it would also have high quality food. So it is everything that a sushi connoisseur would prefer, rather than discount plastic container sushi.
7-Eleven sushi.
Oh yeah, 7-Eleven sushi that is put in a bar for posterity, because all the like younger generation, there's like, I want sushi, and he's like, fucking fine, we have sushi. Let me go to. Do I have? Let me pull up my Amal Ward thing. Amal Ward. There we go.
Yeah, Lockhart's more than willing to give rides, but she's dropping off, basically.
So those who piled into your car would be dropped off at the location to meet Maxine, and you would just go straight to Ben Geddes.
Yeah.
Would Neon be coming with us?
I have a car.
Yeah.
One moment, I got a phone call.
You literally just come into my car, and then Lockhart could just take Bengetti home.
Yeah.
You don't have to.
Tried with Neon. It'll be. I imagine the way there is just a rant about sushi.
No.
Okay, apparently my phone is not ringing. Sorry.
Kaya, if I were to buy some parts, would you help me build a drone?
Yeah, sure.
We're going to pick up stuff on the way home then. Because I'm going to buy a drone, Jonah said.
Okay.
Sure.
So what happened? My phone is ringing. I'm sorry.
They are buying a drone on their way home. ET drone
Or
home.
Yeah.
parts for a drone, so she can make it herself.
Lockhart,
That's what-
Lockhart and Ben Getty just get to go in Lockhart's car and go. We're all piling. The rest of us are piling into Neon's.
Okay.
I imagine I have like an SUV, like something sleek.
I can't remember, but I thought someone had a motorcycle outside of Kaya, but I might have imagined that.
I think there were
Either way.
jokes for a minute about
There are
Legacy
jokes,
being
yeah.
able to like buy one, but Legacy's like, nah, just fucking parkour. She doesn't drive.
Okay.
I have like an SUV, so it's like 6 people maximum.
Legacy probably has her license, but has not actually physically like driven a car since she got her license.
Okay.
Mhm.
So yeah, Lockhart and Ben Getty jump in Lockhart's car and head to a grocery store, to which Ben Getty just like wanders around. He doesn't really pay attention to what's going on because he's like, I never buy groceries from here. But he'll help carry stuff out. And Neon, Legacy, and Kaya all pile into Neon's car and head towards a mall ward, to a much more lived-in section of the ward. Now, this ward is the like sweet spot between commercial and livable, but it's got that gentrified feel. It is like if someone took Adam's ward and applied money directly to the forehead. It's nice, and there's a much more like casual magazine-esque atmosphere as you drive through the streets. You see people walking their robo-dogs, and you see people like playing in little, not parks, but like, well, it would be a park, but it's not like a Mariposa Ward park. It's like a 40-foot by 40-foot grass splotch where people will play sports or something, like play with their kids or etc. There's other shopping areas that are really nice apartment complexes or townhome complexes where the lower levels have things like a coffee shop or a smoothie bar or bookstores. It's commercialized in a very friendly and accessible way. There's not going to be like tech stores or anything like that. But there are places you could stop to get. There are places you could stop on the way around, or at the very least, you could stop in Adam's ward at some point later. But as you go into a mall ward, I forget if you contacted. Did you contact Maxine about a location to meet at, or just was that already decided? Because I don't remember.
I think gave me a location and said call or something like that.
Yeah. Okay. So the location she gave you in a mall ward, it would take you to a townhome complex, like a really nice one. And Kaya, you're looking at it. It looks similar to the one that Ben Getty would be in. It's got the very, very sleek white and like whitish cream colored metallic smooth surface. It looks like a Star Wars ass like future building. And it's very clean and sanitized. The address would direct you to the second floor, which is not the second from the ground level. So Kaya, that there's floors that go below the street level. And this one is actually more in a much more like publicly available area, if that makes sense. It's much more visible to the public.
Mm-hmm.
So you easily find a spot to park street side and walk up the steps and go towards the entrance. And you are greeted with this ornate looking smooth door after a flight of stairs. What do you do?
Well, legs.
I mean, I guess she would have sent a message to Maxine as soon as they were like outside, even of like, we're outside, we're coming in.
Okay, so you messaged her that you were here and you were outside.
Mm.
So, she replies to you and says, just sends one letter. It's just K. And there's a note of like an actual shuffling you can hear from behind the door. It's quite loud, funny enough. And it's very mechanical. You're not sure what it is, if it's like some kind of robotic animal or some type of other android, some device like that to some extent. And the door slides over to the right. It slides open rather than opens like a door. And behind it, you see. Let me get her picture. You see her.
Oh boy.
She has bright green eyes and shock white hair that's very wavy and kind of long. She is wearing a lab coat. The first thing that you notice about her, apart from anything else, is that she is being held aloft about 1.5 feet off the ground by 2 robotic limbs. So her feet are off of the ground and they're kind of dangling. And her back, you see that there's a couple of metal straps and braces that lead over her shoulders and around her waist and around the legs near her pelvis, underneath her lab coat. And she has one hand in her lab coat pocket and another hand holding a frosted like frappe. And she looks at all of you and she smiles and goes, "Well, it's nice to finally meet you. Come in." And she gestures with her frappe, and then you hear this of her robotic legs. 2 of them. There are 4 that you can see. 2 that kind of hover ominously over her shoulder, and the 2 that support her.
Legacy just kind of blinks and takes a deep breath and walks inside.
Quick question, Joe.
Yeah.
Would Kaya recognize anything about any of that shit with her nerd talent?
You have never seen this like backpack limb device before. It's not out of the question of like existence. It's like you've never seen it in the same way that you've never seen someone make a bicycle with the wheels parallel. Like it doesn't like, you don't understand the purpose of it. Like, why would you what is that for? Because if you wanted a machine to lift or carry someone, why wouldn't you make something that has like a magnetized like thing to it? Like, there's much more straightforward and simple ways to make something that functions like she's using it. But you don't know why she's made it this way. It's very unique and also kind of like, huh. But yeah, this is definitely technology that isn't beyond the realm of possibility. This is a creative and also strange use of it. But you don't recognize it. It's not commercially available.
Okay.
Well, you would recognize the parts of it because you're a lot more on the engineering side. There, you recognize it looks like Ogremok. It's got this kind of boxy feel to it, and it looks very. The actual claws and manipulators are thick, and they have a very, very heavy thud to them. But yeah, she thumps to the side and gestures you all in. And as you are walking in, she her head follows you until the next person, and then the next person. And as she is turning her head to watch you come in, the little manipulators that are hovering over her shoulder also follow you, like her head follows you. And when you walk in, you are greeted by a very beautiful, open, 2-story townhouse lofted area. There's a bright window that lets in a lot of natural lighting. It's clean. Everything seems to be colored in a shade of cream or off-white. And it looks like if someone took an Apple store and threw that aesthetic onto a furniture magazine. It's got a smoothness to it. The carpeting and such is very minimalist in that there's designs on it, but it's subtle. The only way you would notice you're stepping on carpet is the texture and density of when you step, it feels like carpet. It's almost a seamless transition between the hard, smooth flooring of the tile, not metal, tile, and carpet. All of you recognize that this is pricey. This is a nice place. And it's outweighs Ben Geddes by a wide margin from what you remember, Kaya. His place was nice. This is a well done and well maintained place.
Okay. Just oh man. Thank God Larry isn't an actual toddler.
As you all walk in and she shuts the door behind you and you hear the shh. And that sound is familiar to you, Kaya. When the door shuts, you all notice the palpable cold in the air. The temperature on the station is generally pretty moderate. It's about 75-ish, 78 to 75, somewhere in there. Where it's room temperature, it's not too hot, it's not too cold. The sun never gets you, it never hits you hard enough to give you a sunburn since it's artificial. But it keeps everyone at a nice room temperature almost constantly. When you walk in here, it is cold. Not sea or breath cold, but it's 68 degrees.
Legacy
Oh,
is
normal temperature for me.
Legacy is immediately angry. She is not in one of her hoodie outfits, and she has walked into someplace colder than what she even normally dislikes.
She is. This is also my normal operating temperature. Anyone who lives at 68 degrees, the homie.
Yes,
but
that's
Maxine.
me too. But fucking Legacy, no.
Oh yeah. So see, it's Maxine trumps forward, and you hear the of her 2 robotic manipulators carrying her, and she carries herself around and in front of you. Her body. Her face positioned towards you as her manipulators strafe around, and she's like, "Welcome to my home. It's nice to have you. I've been so excited to meet you after you sent me those interesting pictures." And she's looking at all of you intermittently because she doesn't know which one of you is Legacy. And she takes holds her drink up to her face with both hands and just a couple of loud frappuccino sips.
Legacy immediately tucking herself up against Kaya. Warm.
Can Kaya like pull out like her old racer jacket and give it to Legacy?
Yes, you can, like, I imagine you have it like around your waist or something. You just grab it and then set your leather jacket over top of Legacy's shoulders. Neon slinks off to the side. Are you said you're sitting on the floor,
Yeah.
like the tile floor, like in the corner?
Yeah.
Okay. You go to sit over there, and then Maxine, like, you see her head. She is looking at Kaya and Legacy, but one of the manipulators tracks your movement as you sit down, and it does not deviate. It's like a security camera that's caught you on footage. It tracks you. And then she looks at you with her normal head and just goes, "So, which one of you is Legacy?"
A small one. I
And
say as the shortest one in the group.
She looks over at you and looks at Legacy and looks at you and just goes, "Hmm. Should I measure you?"
I'm gonna go get the puppy. It's the small one.
Legacy just lifts a hand as she, like, from underneath Kaya's jacket, which she is bundling herself in.
So when you hold up your hand, the manipulators like lift her up another foot or foot and a half, so she's about 3 feet vertical off the ground, and then they bend forward until her toes are just about an inch or two dangling off the ground, and she is like kind of leaning forward, supported by those manipulators staring at you, and she goes, "Oh my, you have such lovely hair. I must have it. Can I have it? Can you show me how you get it that way?" And she like reaches into her pocket, the pocket of her lab coat, and pulls out a notebook.
And Legacy just kind of blinks for a moment, and she'll just like name the products she uses.
Maxine writes them all down dutifully. She just goes, "Mm-hmm. Interesting." And then after that, she just goes, "Well, on to business. Would you like any dessert?"
I'm good. Thank you.
She looks at Kaya. She doesn't ask again. She just looks at Kaya.
I just had a lunch, sorry.
You don't have to be sorry. But do you want dessert? You had lunch, but you didn't have dessert.
Isn't dessert supposed to be after dinner?
She blinks. Dessert is whenever you want.
Huh. Yeah, wait, no thanks.
Fine. More for me. And she looks over to Neon and just goes, "Do you want dessert?" A little
Yes,
hopeful.
I'll be grateful for your hospitality, miss.
She gets a wide grin, and you can see that her teeth are just unusually perfect. They have a bright white shine to them. And she gives their big grin and just goes, "Yes, I made ginger snaps." And she is singing this back as she is heaved upwards, and like you hear the of the legs. They're carrying her backwards up the steps. And she gets to the top of the stairway and just goes, "Follow me."
I get up and follow her.
What the fuck?
Lazy just shakes her head and like kind of slowly follows.
You start to slowly follow, and you all notice this like the second you hit the stairs and you're tilted upward. You can see the one manipulator that was tracking you, Neon. There's a manipulator that is lagged around the corner. Like, she has disappeared around that corner, but there's a manipulator that is like poking around still, and it's just looking at all of you. And
Wait.
the three The three little like claw hands like they come together and then open up as if like a blink. And you said you waved at it?
Yeah.
You wave at it, it like rotates left and right a little bit, just like
Right.
So Maxine, like he starts talking and she's like hitting like the top of the stairs.
when you get to the top of the stairs, you can see that Maxine is like flat plastered flat against the wall as her manipulator peers around the corner. And she looks at you and just goes, "Oh," and then straightens up and just goes, and then dusts off her lab coat with one hand. Yes.
You're known to be something of the, expert might be a odd term to use for these things, but one of the foremost people regarding dreamers.
She has a look of pride on her face and just goes, "I am the world's leading expert cryptozoologist and crypto machinist. Self-proclaimed. And self-accredited. But none have claimed my title nor tried."
Lacey just kind of nods. So what did you make of the pictures that I sent you?
She opens her eyes and then gets this thoughtful look on her face. Like teeters her head back and forth. And as she's teetering her head back and forth, you see her whole body kind of do that sway on their manipulators, and she like in tandem with her. And she goes, "It's definitely something I've seen before, I think. I'm not sure. But it's also maybe something new. I'll have to show you what I have, and you maybe will be able to tell me if it's the thing that I already think it is, or if it's not. And if it's not, then we have 2 cryptid machines, which is much more exciting than 1.
I'm sorry, I'm just hearing so much of Relic. Just in how she's handling shit. Like, yeah, this is a Relic character.
She like as she says "to" her, she holds out a hand with 2 fingers and like wiggles her fingers back and forth.
And she kind of nods and looks back at the others. So you've seen something like this before?
Yes, but not with my eyes. Not technically. My eyes are flesh and blood, and I saw them digitally. I'll have to show you how to do that. It's very complicated, but I figured it out. And it's time for dessert before we talk any more about business, because I'm hungry. And she turns around, like the manipulators just pivot, and then they go as they readjust and re-coordinate themselves so that she is going in the right direction.
Lacey just looks back at the other 2.
Okay, she's just gonna fucking shrug and just like nod, like, go on, I'll follow after you.
She walks down the hallway a short distance and then takes a left. And when she does, you see a very, very strange but interestingly designed room. When you walk in, it is like a kitchen lounge. It has all of the typical accoutrements that you're familiar with in terms of cooking. It's got a stove, it's got a dishwasher, it's got all of the like pots and pans and the necessary equipment. And when you are fucking hold on, this music is shit. I want this music. I want chill, weird music. This play. Yeah. So you walk down into that area, and it's a very like there's a long winding couch built almost like the border of a personal swimming pool. It's curvy and loopy swoopy on the ground. Think like an L couch, but bent in extra ways so that it looks kind of like a W. And the kitchen cooking area is on the like other side of it, so those who are sitting on the couch can watch. And you are now getting the impression that it's like almost like a stage. And she tromps in. You now notice her as she walks in. She has to lower herself on the manipulators and then go forward and then stand up again. Her ceilings are all vaulted, but the doorways are not. And as she enters this room, she tromps over to the kitchen area. And she gestures to the couch with the hand she's holding her frappuccino in, and points a finger and just goes, "You may sit wherever you like. I will prepare the desserts."
Okay. Neon sits in front of one of the couches, again sitting just on her knees.
Just on the ground?
Just traditional Japanese style.
Okay.
Eating her to-go sushi, which she forces Kaya to eat. Take a bite.
Wait, what?
Take a bite.
Wait, what the fuck
I'll
is
tell
happening
you
right
what
now?
truth- I'm taking some of my to-go sushi, and I'm making you take a bite of it.
I thought you said you can't get to go sushi, Piper.
I ordered it from an actual shop and then brought it with me, so it's technically not to go. And I tell you to take a bite.
Eat this!
Kaya's not gonna argue. She'll try it.
This is true sushi.
Okay.
I don't want to ever see you eating that $2 cinnamon roll crap.
I don't think there's cinnamon in it.
When you say cinnamon
Right.
roll, Maxine whips around and just goes, "Did you want cinnamon rolls? I thought you wanted ginger snaps."
Oh, whatever, he's fine. I'm instructing my friend here on the ways of sushi.
She blinks and just goes, "Sushi. Fish." And just shrugs and then turns around. And you watch the two supporting manipulators lower her a little bit. And the two that hover around her shoulders start reaching out to different cabinets and grabbing things and bringing them to her. And there's a mix of ingredients and also like packaging. What appears to be like a box of something with a bow on it. And she grabs 2 or 3 of those, and they're all the same size. They're all like a little, about like 4 to 5 inches square little box with a red ribbon on top. It looks like a very cliched Christmas present. And she stacks 3 of them high and balances it on the manipulator, which very gingerly pinches it, the stack, and it rears up and unwinds itself and stretches all the way over to the couch area. And on the little coffee table in the middle, then this coffee table is also strangely elliptical, like a strange ellipse shape. And it's curved so that it fits in the middle section of both of the W ends of the couch. And she sets those boxes on top and just goes, "You may eat. I am going to make cinnamon rolls now."
Thank you.
How many boxes?
3. 1 for each of you.
Excuse me?
And she turns around and just goes, "Did you not like it?" She looks at
Oh.
she looks at her and just goes, "You didn't even open it. Open it."
Kaya will open it.
When you open it, it is a box of like massive 4-inch ginger snaps, like 5 or 6 ginger snaps stacked on top of each other, the size of your palm.
Thanks, but I've got a quick question.
Hmm.
I doubt it, but are there any coconuts in this?
She blinks and just goes, no, but there could be coconut snaps. And she pulls out her little notepad and starts writing it down. Do you want coconut in the cinnamon rolls? Like coconut flakes, maybe.
No, I just gotta ask because I'm allergic to it.
Oh. Well, there's no coconuts. Yet.
Thanks.
And points the finger at you.
Can you let me know if there's coconuts in anything?
Of course. And she nods.
Thanks.
And behind her, as she turns to look at you, you can see the manipulators are rolling dough, and they're very good at it. They're like weirdly like fluid and smooth with their motions, and the dough doesn't stick to them for some reason. And she turns around, like she turns back and nods pleased to herself and just goes, delightful. Then ducks underneath the one manipulator and tromps over, just and she hovers again, like about a foot off the ground. 2 manipulators holding her, the other 2 stretched all the way back to the counter, beating dough, grabbing ingredients, making cinnamon rolls, and she's like suspended before you. And she just goes, okay, while I'm making cinnamon rolls, we can talk business, because you all have your desserts now. I don't want to be ungracious, and I don't want you to go without a treat.
This fucking character, Joe.
She reaches into her pocket and digs around, and she looks up at the ceiling and sticks her tongue out and digs around a little bit more and keeps digging around, and she's like, and then turns her pocket inside out and then reaches into her breast pocket, can't feel anything, then reaches into her pants pocket and can't feel anything. Where did I put it? And in on the table you can see there's in an otherwise featureless sort of sanitized area, there is a black remote. It looks like a little Apple remote control for a music player, and like an Apple TV remote, and it's just sitting at like a oblique angle on the coffee table.
Legacy will just kind of like whistle, really quick, short whistle, and point.
She looks at you and then looks down and just goes, oh, and bends herself forward and plucks it and sets her coffee down. Just goes, thank you. Now, and she points it at the wall and presses a button, and the wall unfolds into a massive screen. There is a black bevel around the edge that denotes where the screen starts and stops. And on the screen, you can see the pictures that you had made or taken, Legacy. And there's markings and measurements and all sorts of like... and it's not like on the wall or on the screen itself. They're digitally placed there. But you can see that she has taken a very, very keen interest in making sure that she understands how big this thing is in the image. And you can see some of the math and the conversions, and judging by this and judging by that, it's likely this size, and the flash of the camera is probably this. She has a bunch of camera types listed over to the side, and a bunch of phone types listed over to the side, and she looks and says, so, I think this thing might be this other thing that I saw. But I want to make sure that the thing I saw and the thing you sent me a picture of are the same, So let me show you what I found, and we can talk cryptid. And then clicks a button, and then like a slideshow, it just slips to the next slide. And on the next slide, you see this strange pattern. It's not a machine. It's not a person. It is an abstract pattern. And I'll actually draw it for you to the best of my ability with a fucking point and click mouse. And then
What's going on?
This is a pattern that we see. It's
yes,
drawn out for
I'm
us.
rather than like describing the vague pattern, I'm just going to draw like parts of it so that you can get an idea of what it looks like. It is a very sort of tribal looking shape or pattern. And it stretches out across the screen. It is a quite big. It's quite big in its like actual surface area, and it stretches on in these sort of strange oblique shapes, symmetrical down the middle, like vertically symmetrical down the middle. And she looks to you, Legacy, and just goes, "Does this look familiar to you?"
Does it?
Roll me a clever check. Or actually, before you do that, what's your clever defense, I should say?
Clever defense 12.
Okay. Well. Okay. So you look at it, you tilt your head to the right, and tilt your head to the left, and you just blink, and it doesn't look super familiar. It's not something you've seen before, at least.
Okay. And my addition for shit dealing with dreamers doesn't help at all?
No.
Okay. So Legacy just kind of like stares at it and slowly shakes her head. Can't say that I've seen that before.
Maxine looks like blinks and opens her eyes wide and just goes, "What? But," and she looks back at the pattern. Oh. Sorry. She turns around and just goes, "This isn't the right way to show you this. I'll show you the image that I mapped from yours." And she clicks the slide. And on the next slide, you see another tribal pattern, much like this one, though it's obviously different. It has the same sort of vertical symmetry. It's just a different spectrum of patterns, and all of the lines are detailed in blue. And when you see it, Legacy, you feel this thrum in the back of your brain. Like you were just hit with a searing like brain freeze from drinking cold liquid too fast. It is a distinct familiarity from that time that you found the source code to the observer, or part of the source code.
Yeah, Legacy is like a fucking immediately head between knees.
And Maxine like sticks her tongue between her teeth and smiles and just goes, this one's gotta be familiar, unless you are having a regular headache.
No, not. Mm-mm. Mm-mm.
If you like, I have a solution, though it might be a little invasive for the headache problem.
Legacy just like looks at her like invasive.
She tilts her head forward, and you can see she has a hairband, like a traditional hairband. And there's, from where you're sitting, you can see a couple of strange bits of wiring and circuitry on it. She just goes, "This is it's sort of like a release valve for your brain. It doesn't require any cybernetics in your brain whatsoever. I built this," and she taps it, "based on that," and she does like a loop-de-loop pattern with her hand and points to the tribal pattern and just goes, "And this now helps me deal with that," which is how I became an expert. Well, part of it. I was also doing a bunch of other stuff before this, but it took a lot longer because I would get a lot more headaches, a lot like you're getting now.
Does any of that make any sense to Legacy? Like, I know what she's saying, but like, the concept make any sense?
No. Like the concept of she created a thing to stick on your head that taps into your brain that makes it easier to look at these images. Like, you know what all of those words mean, and you know what they mean in that order, but it does not make any more sense to you now than it does when I tell it to you, the player.
Legacy just kind of blinks, and she starts to try to look back towards the screen again, thinks better of it, looks back at Maxine. Unfortunately, I have a lot of tech already. I can't put anything on unless I have, like, see the schematics.
He tilts her head and gets a kind of pouty frown and just goes, "Oh, well, fine. If you want to give yourself headaches, that's totally understandable. It might be a kink. Is it a kink? It's not a kink." And then as she's doing this weird talking to herself thing, the manipulators that were making the dough, you hear a of an oven door closing, and they both retract over to her, and they're done making and preparing cinnamon rolls and have stuck them in the oven. And she looks at them and just goes, "Thank you. I'm excited for those." Oh, right. So, and she holds up two fingers, like one from each hand, her index finger, and then turns to the screen, and then clicks the button on her remote and goes back one to the pink pattern and says, That means there are two cryptid machines."
And Legacy just, like, pauses and looks at Neon, and then looks at Kaya. And just a slow breath out. Fucking hell. Where did you get this one? And she motions to the, like, image.
So she looks at the image and just goes, "Oh, that one I found at..." And she looks up at the ceiling. Well, it's a little complicated, but I technically found it at a laboratory that I wasn't supposed to be in at the time, and probably still am not supposed to be in now, but I'm not there, so it's okay.
Tetsuo?
And she points at Neon and just goes, ding, got it in one. I was at the Tetsuo Experimental Laboratory.
Well, that pretty much confirms what we thought.
And she leans forward and just goes, ooh, what did you think? Do you know Tetsuo? Do they have 2 cryptids?
I looked to Legacy for any sign of yes, no.
Legacy just kind of looks at Dion very, like, she's considering, and she just kind of she shakes her head slightly, and then she looks at Maxine. Have might be a generous term. Connected, maybe.
Why would have be too generous a term?
We think Tetsuo wants these as well, and they're actively pursuing them.
Ooh, so Tetsuo doesn't have 2 of them, but it wants 2 of them. That's interesting. That would mean that they might not know this one's there, if they don't have it. If they do, then, well, obviously they have it, but if they don't, then it's just there. And she gestures to it. Oh, I should explain more, because you're all probably very confused and getting upset. I know that I tend to upset people when I just ramble, but I like rambling, and it's more fun for me to do big grand reveals. And she gestures to the big screen. Plus, I gave you dessert, so I hope that makes up for it a little bit. And she
It's very
gestures to the
good.
boxes. They are very good.
These are really good.
She bows, and the 2 heads of the manipulators beside her also bow. So, I was an experimental scientist for Ogremok, and she, as she's singing this and saying it, she's like waving her fingers beside her head, like almost like a metronome. And while I worked there, I was given the opportunity to go to an experimental lab, not the Tetsuo one. But I snuck in because I couldn't help myself. Because they're a competitor, at least in some small way. Granted, they beat us at most every turn. But I was hoping to close the gap because I wanted to be the popular one. And she looks sad. But that's beside the point. The point is that I got in, and that is important. Because when I was in, nobody questions you when you have a lab coat on, and pulls on the lab coat, like the collar of the lab coat. So I got to wander around for quite a while before security found out that I was there, and right around that time, I managed to plug my brain into their system. And I found that. And she points to the screen.
So they do know it's there then.
That's just it. I found it there, but if it didn't want to be found, it could have hidden. It's very, very complicated. This code you can't really see because it's not written in a code form. But luckily, I was able to translate it to a visual form. And it exists she holds up 2 fingers and pauses. Only digitally. This one, and she clicks back to the picture that Legacy took of Observer, the very like grainy one that you can see there's something there and it's very strange, but she flips back to that one and just goes, obviously, this cryptid has a body, like a big one. Judging by this picture, it looks to be probably 9-ish feet tall, but I can't tell. Do you have a better picture? Or one with something more clearly defined in the background? I was using these little sewer lights as a reference frame, but that gave me a wide range of heights.
Legacy just shakes her head, but could Legacy like give a more accurate like number for her?
Yes. So this is the picture you took in the sewer, if I recall. And last time you saw it, it was much bigger.
Wait, I did snap some pictures of the like remnants of it at the end of the fight, though, didn't I?
The like the sludge body piles.
And like the remaining tentacle or whatever.
You took a picture. Yeah, I do remember you taking a picture of the tentacle. But I don't remember you taking a picture of the main bulk of it when you.
Well, not the main bulk of it, but I was just thinking of some other pictures that she could offer. But could Legacy give a better more accurate estimate of the main bulk of it as well?
Yeah, you just from what you saw before, it's probably twice the size it was when that picture was taken.
So Legacy starts working on her phone at the question about more pictures to pull up the ones that she took after the fight. She said she's kind of like shakes her head. It's not easy to describe, but it is it's doubled over the course of like a week. It's growing.
It's, from your estimate, it would be anywhere from 18 to 20 feet in vertical height.
Yeah, and she'll tell her that.
Yeah, and Maxine, like, her eyes go wide, and she goes, "Oh, it's accruing mass." And she turns back to the picture and like leans closer to it. She goes, "That would mean it is growing, which is strange, and I don't really know what that means because the other one isn't a body." Oh, I didn't finish explaining. Let me finish explaining. She clicks to the next one that shows the tribal pink image and says, "So, I was in the Tetsuo lab, and I plugged into their network, and I found this. It wasn't locked in any unusual way. It wasn't contained on their network. It was in their network. Sort of like how a hacker gets in their network, where they're not a file or an AI, but they're like a person that's just there, and there's a connection. But when you follow the connection back, it doesn't go anywhere. It just goes right back around. Sort of like if you chase your tail, if you had a tail, and you catch it, you're still you, and there's no start and there's no end. So this, I tried to trace while I was there, and it didn't work. And I will have you know, I am a good hacker. Not the best, but good. Serviceable, at the very least. But this, and she does this like waving jazz hands gesture towards the screen, is another dreamer. And again, it's only digital. When I found it, I managed to take some of what I saw and put it in my head. It wasn't great for a few weeks, but after I recovered, I had so many more ideas. And she like pats the arms, the manipulators on both sides of her head and kind of like gives them scritches in a weird way. And just goes, "That's where I came up with these, and also partially how they work."
So, okay. She snuck into the lab and put this in her head, is what she said?
Yes, she tried to hack into the Tetsuo Laboratories systems, and while she was snooping around, she stumbled upon this.
Okay.
And she explains it as sort of like running into a hacker. You know something's there, but you know it's not supposed to be. And it's not like a file or... So to explain the sort of
Like
sensation...
I get that the thing. I was just
Mhm.
like double checking what I was hearing.
Okay. Yeah,
It's
but that is what
been
she said.
a marathon couple of sessions, so my brain is starting to crumble
Melt?
at the edges. Yep. The time when we should have gone back to Piper's where I had the Marshall character. I didn't have to think.
She like gestures to the picture again and just goes, "The little bit of it that I saw and got in my head gave me some weird insight. And that is what allowed me to make..." And she goes to click the button and doesn't, says, "The next slide. It let me do the thing that you saw on the next slide that gave you a really bad headache that I'm not going to show you because I don't want to give you a headache."
Just like it's just like slowly not. Thank you. Did you? This is. Well, I guess everything sounds weird right now, but this is also weird. Did you see things? Like,
Oh, yes. Bad things. And also things that didn't really make sense. And some good things. It definitely... And she looks up to the ceiling and says, "It definitely hurt a lot for a few weeks. But I got better."
the things that you saw. I think the vision you described to me, Joe, was like a fucking like city or some shit.
Yes, it was a towering city, like blue, like the types of skyscrapers that are all windows that look like blue chips. It
Mhm.
looked like a series of those that shot up infinitely to the sky and down infinitely to an abyss. And somehow, like suspended in the air, there was some humanoid shape that was strapped to a chair with cables running out of its arms and head and neck and back, and it was forcibly reclined in the chair.
Okay. So she will describe the city. She won't mention the person. And
Maxine
that's
nods.
if Maxine saw that.
She nods and says, "Mm-hmm. City." And then the big buildings, and it was very smoky above and below, and it looked like it just went on forever. And then there was a thing. Did you see a thing? In the middle, that was... Well, it looked like a man, and he was standing, but his head was actually a bunch of heads, and it was very strange.
A bunch
And I
of
couldn't quite process it.
I saw a man, but it was very different than that.
And she gets a sort of triumphant look on her face and just goes, "And that affirms there's two." Holds up two fingers. "They're different on the inside. And she taps the side of her head. Huh?
Just Legacy just like sighs and like sinks back into the couch. 2. Yay.
So, I was able to go through some of the images, and it doesn't really make a whole lot of logical sense to me, which is unfortunate, because I like to be able to repeat things on a scientific process. But I won't look a gift horse in the mouth. I was able to suss out a pattern from the image that she sent. And I don't know why, but it didn't look like this one. Obviously, I had to use a different color ink because, well, I didn't want to get them confused, but I knew they were different. And she turns to look at the screen.
Legacy just kind of like nods and do you want to see more?
She turns back around and just looks at you with wide eyes and nods.
Legacy will go ahead and send over the rest of the pictures she took from the fight.
After you send them, there's a pause of it being transferred, and then there is a little blip on the lapel of her collar, and you see a hollow display image project off of a very small device that is pinned to her collar. And she looks at it and pokes in the air and pokes in the air, turns to the screen, and then after a second, the pictures you sent show up on the big screen, all displayed for everyone to see. And she turns back and just goes, okay, I am likely going to get lost in these pictures for a few hours. So, if you want to ask me any questions, I suggest you do it now, because I tend to space out.
Okay. What questions do we need to ask her, y'all?
I don't know.
Where did you find the second one again?
Where did the second pattern, the blue pattern?
Where did she find hers?
In Tetsuo's lab.
I found it in the Tetsuo lab on their network, but I don't. It wasn't part of their network.
Where was that?
On the map, it's in. Let me show you. On the map, it is Turing Ward.
Okay,
Sorry.
and the one we found was in Sishin.
Yes.
What else is in Sishin?
Sishin
Any
Ward.
major corporations or?
Sishin Ward is like a tech and commercial hub. This is where they keep a lot of like fresh off the market, commercially available technology that's really like cutting edge and cool. This is where you'd get like a brand new VR thing. Turing Ward is where you would go to build a VR thing.
Where are all the corporations based in? Like
The headquarters are all in Voyager.
They're all in Voyager. Okay.
I will say most of them are in Voyager. There are a few in Turing, but 90% of them are in Voyager.
Okay. So Turing's the place with all the secret tech.
This is laboratory testing and production. This is commercial sales and like high value goods. And this is business, creative marketing. This is where you do all of the bureaucracy and company stuff, right?
Where are the other like technological hotspots in the station?
Marikyu, which is a toned down, more hipster version of Sishin Ward. Beyond that, it would be a mall or foundation. They have similar levels of high tech where Foundation is using it for defense and security because this is the government section. A mall is a mix of privacy and commercial because it is like a housing and commercial area. And then bottom of the list would be Adams and Mariposa because Mariposa is a nature ward and Adams is not high tech.
Adams
Neon
is
closes
broke.
her eyes. I'm willing to bet there's another one in Foundation Ward.
Ooh, why?
Well, when you think about it, it makes sense. Turing's the place where all the secret technology is hidden, the experimental stuff. And we know that they like electronics and information. So it makes sense that one was found within Turing Ward. Station is a very civil hub for people to gather around technology. And Foundation is where they keep all the government-related technology.
He nods and says, So this... Did Legacy tell her that Observer searches out and eats information at all? Or just send
No.
pictures?
No, she's
Well,
just sent the
then
picture.
I just blabbed.
Okay, that's fine. I just wanted to make sure. So she nods and just goes, "Ooh."
I think it's after information. Like I'll make it seem like we didn't know. It's like I think it's after technology or information, and I use that to posit Foundation's next, or there's one there.
Yeah, Legacy has been very, very tight-lipped with her. All Legacy has given her before this was the pictures from the sewers, and essentially, I've seen a dreamer. Let's talk.
Yeah. Okay. So I'm saying this as if this is Neon's personal theory.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Cover for the rest of them.
Yeah. So she strokes her non-existent beard in this like the sort of beard stroking gesture and just looks at you and goes, interesting. So this one, and points to Legacy, has the thing that wants to find information. Weird. I didn't know what anything of mine was after. I didn't really understand. Which is strange, because I wanted to understand. And you'd think that if you wanted to understand, you would. Because it would understand. Shakes her
I
head.
don't
Just goes,
have proof of this, of course. It's just my thinking. From what I hear in Station, the one there was absorbing technology and whatnot, like absorbing electronics. So it's
She
just
nods.
a theory on my part.
She snaps her fingers and just goes, accruing mass. Accruing technology. I wonder if it can accrue mass in other ways. And she looks at the screen again.
Well, when we cut the thing open, it was like kind of fleshy inside, wasn't it?
Yep.
Legacy just like grimaces. Well,
Maxine slowly turns around.
it wasn't. It. Is Kaya still just like sitting there like quiet because she's like turning to Kaya?
This is your dreamer bullshit. I don't know anything. It's up to you what you want to share.
Maxine is like slowly closing the distance between you and her with the manipulators.
Legacy like turns back. I may have seen inside a portion of it, and it wasn't all metal.
She narrows her eyes and strokes her chin again and says, "What do you mean it wasn't all metal? Was it like
Kind of
partially
fleshy? I forget, it was like veiny almost? Like a vein through this thing?
It had a sort of vein and capillary type structure and
Yeah.
a like skin almost.
Yeah, she'll say like, it was like a circulatory system of something that was not metal.
So let me think. Was your brain image of the man, did it have something like that? Did it have some sort of tube? And she like holds up her fingers and does jazz hands.
Mm,
Capillaries,
It-
arteries, veins.
kind of. Maybe it didn't have multiple heads like yours. It was one head, and there was a whole bunch of. She said she used to work for Ogremok.
Yes, she used to.
It had a bunch of like wires and shit coming out of it.
Ooh. She floats back a little bit. I wonder what that means.
Well, when you think about it, human brains have more information than most computers can possibly hold.
He looks at Neon and says, "That is a good point. The storage system of the human brain is quite powerful. And I would know. I have 4 brains." And she gestures to her little manipulators.
You okay, Kaya?
Yeah, I'm just. I get it now.
I think
That's-
Amy gets it.
I get it.
None of that was Kaya. Just like
Oh.
because I imagine Kaya is paying attention to this conversation, but she has been watching her fucking Doc Ock arms like a hawk, trying to figure that shit out. He's like, that's fucking incredible. Holy shit.
Mm-hmm.
How?
Well, that is something I learned from this. And she points to the pink drawing. When it got on my brain, I learned that I could, she tilts her head, program something that would supplement my brain. But I don't think that's what it wanted to do. Again, I can't tell what it wanted. It just kind of was. And it was like I looked at it, and I learned a bunch of stuff all at once. And I didn't really know what I learned until I was better a few weeks later. And then I started to piece together everything. And when I started piecing together everything, it started to click. And then I lost my job at Ogremok because I hadn't been there in 5 weeks. But that's okay, because I had all of this time to build. And so I built these. And she gestures again to her manipulators and says, I am an octopus. Sort of. Except I only have 6 arms.
How?
Potentially unrelated question, but have you forgotten anything? Like your childhood, for example?
He raises an eyebrow and just goes, no. Should I have?
No.
Just wondering.
How
That's a side theory.
how long ago was this?
How long ago did I find the pink?
Yes.
And she thinks about it for a second and says, it was a while ago. Maybe 5 years ago?
Okay. So it's the other one has been around for a while and has not seemingly caused any trouble that we know of.
Correct.
Legacy just like stares at the pink image for a minute. You guys could hear her just like mumbling, like, "Wish mine fucking would give me something useful."
I don't think it gave you anything useful. I think it gave Ben Getty something useful.
Mm.
As
Lacey
there's-
still looks grumpy.
There's this like you kind of stew in a little bit of frustration, and then you hear a ding, and then the two manipulators floating by her head immediately lash out, grab the oven door, open it, and just tink, very gently grab the tray, pick it up, and set it on top of the stove. And the other one grabs a nearby paper fan and just starts fanning them a little bit.
Legacy. So we've paused back up a second. So we figured out when this was. It was in the Tetsuo factory.
Mm-hmm.
It's it got into her brain enough that she just started, I guess, using its knowledge.
Mm-hmm. So, for the sake of perfect clarity, you, Legacy, were looking at source code of a creature. You were looking at a piece of its brain. Not interfacing with it, just looking at it. She had her brain plugged into it.
Oh, okay.
And then it looked at her. This particular creature is entirely digital, so she got all of it. Which is why she says she fell out of work for 5 weeks, because she kind of had an episode.
That reminds me of about your thought, Piper, of thinking there's one in Foundation, because when Legacy first encountered it, it was not in Season.
Correct.
It was in Vernwing. So it ended up in Season, so that's not like it's their home. I don't know if that's what you were trying to get at.
My idea was that it's going to the places of the most knowledge / technology to gather information on. Station made sense because it's like one of the technological hubs. Turing's a place of like hidden knowledge, and then Foundation has all the information on the government and whatnot. So if I were a data stealing Eldritch abomination, I'd go there.
The one that was in Turing that she encountered is not that one, so we don't know if that one hit Turing yet or not. Well, I mean, all of the green circles are sightings potentially of it, but
just a guess.
Mm-hmm.
Like,
I'm
just
still willing to bet money that there's one in Foundation, though.
Oh yeah, I would not doubt it, but it was just like trying to clear up some of the logic around it.
Yeah.
Yes, Iris?
I don't know. I'm just guessing this one was the one she connected with, because it's supposedly been like all over. Like, it's not on the station. So I don't know. That was just a guess.
Yeah.
Because it's data essentially. So
I will say, yeah, there's sightings that seem like goddamn dreamers sightings in Turing, Adams, Marquee, and Season Ward as of yesterday. And there's one that isn't a sighting so much as people getting information, but it's pinging all over. That's what this one was.
Yeah. That's why it's just a random guess that the one she tapped into, I guess, is the one that's hopping around.
But
it could also be the one in Turing.
Capable of pinging a lot, because the image she saw is of something with multiple heads, and then she immediately goes and makes a hive mind. It's a fucking hive mind dreamer compared to our fucking, I don't know, gluttony one.
Tentacle.
Gluttony, because it's the
Yeah,
both
yeah.
Bengetti and Legacy are just like, it's hungry.
Hungry,
Oh,
hungry
yeah.
hippos.
um, fucking, my brain is gone.
So if that one's hungry, then what is this one?
That's what she said when it
that's-
imprinted on her brain. She didn't understand anything that it wanted, but you'd think that if you got something directly touching your brain, you would at least understand something about it. And she's like, no, I couldn't get a read on whatever it wanted. Whereas Observer, Legacy touched part of it and got hungry.
So Legacy
Yeah,
will
that's
just
what
like try to clarify, like, so you don't know what it wanted. You didn't even get a sensation of it at all.
I got a lot of confusion and a lot of scattered thinking. Oh, by the way, I made these, and she taps her manipulators, by replicating the structure of an octopus brain.
Cool.
Did you know octopuses have a brain in each one of their tentacles?
Makes sense.
That is how they bake so well. But to answer your question, no, I don't know what it wanted. It just was everywhere, but only in one place, if that makes any sense.
More or less.
Hopefully more, but also I can see why it would be less.
Fucking hell. I could feel the steam coming out of my ears of trying to think and
The hamster is running as fast as it possibly can.
Okay.
and yet going nowhere. So the wheel is rusted to a standstill.
Some WD-40 on the wheel. Okay, I think I got it. Holy shit.
I wonder if there's more, because that's two very distinct ones. At least, sort of. They feel distinct to me.
They're without a doubt distinct. If there is a connection between the two, I don't know, but there, at least if there is a connection, it's not anything that is like one being, I guess. If you had seen the one I had seen, you would have some sensation, I'm sure.
Ooh, I would love to have a sensation.
Was she like, she was able to translate the stuff Legacy sent, so like
Legacy sent an image, and she was able to look at that image and draw a weird geometric pattern from it.
okay.
It is a grainy photograph that she's like, oh, I know what this looks like.
But it does have some correlation to what she found herself, and that image means something to her, is kind of...
Yes, so...
What, I mean, what does the image mean to her, then? I mean...
What does the image of
Yeah, so how...
the blue one mean, or what does this one mean?
I mean, translation? It's like it's like asking someone. Yeah, it's like asking someone for a translation, because obviously it means something to her.
I will let you ask that, Legacy. What does it translate to? Specifically, which one?
Yeah. So I guess she'll ask about the pink one first, because Legacy is trying very hard not to look at the screens, because she is not 100% certain what is on the screens anymore.
Kaya and Neon, both of you, by the way, look at it. It just looks like graffiti. It looks like really intricate, like, well put together symmetrical graffiti. And when she looks at it and says, "What does this mean?" and she points to the pink image and goes, "Ooh, well, it means a lot of things. It is a bunch of different and also the same. It is a big, confusing mess of one thing. Think of it like if you take your shoelace and holds up an imaginary shoelace, and you tie it in a bunch of knots, and then you take scissors and cut it up, and then stitch it back together, and then tie it in a bunch more knots. That's what this is. It's all one shoelace, but it's all messy."
Huh, makes sense.
And what would your translation of the other one be?
Oh. She holds up a finger and just goes, "Can I change it really quick? It helps me to see the thing because it's keeps me focused."
Yeah, Legacy just looks away.
"Thank you." She turns and then clicks to the blue one. And she looks at it. The design on this one, Kaya and Neon, you can both roll me cool. Or you can roll cool or clever. Cool if you are like as if you're reading someone's face, or clever if you are looking for patterns.
1 second. Might as well boost the roll, right?
You have a shit ton of prep, so might as well.
Yeah. Clever? Okay.
14 and 13. So you both look at it and your eyes go to different parts of it. And I'll post something. It's evoking an image. After a second, Kaya, you start to tilt your head and you're like, it looks like a face, but a weird face. Like you can kind of see what would be like two eyes. It's a little abstract and weird, but maybe. And Neon, you look at it and you are looking at it as though it were an expression. As if someone were making a face at you and the lines were wrinkles or furrowed brows or hairs. And when you look at it that way, you can see that it is a face, but it's not a human face. It's not an animal face, but it is very distinctly a face. Whereas the pink one was this confusing jumble, like a mutated mess. This one is very clearly an image of a face, or at least the components of one. It has two eyes, it has a center nose type image to it, and then the underside of it starts to form into a maw. The bulk of the graffiti type image is the bottom portion of what is ostensibly a mouth. Or a beard. But to you, it looks more like a mouth. And after a second, after you both sort of reach that realization, Maxine turns back and says, "Okay, hold on." She turns back, flips it back to the pink one, and then says, "Okay, you can open your eyes." When you open your eyes, you see that the manipulators have brought the cinnamon rolls over, and 3 plates and 3 forks. And she also says, "That blue one looks like hungry, and I want dessert because I was looking at it too long, and now the cinnamon rolls are done." They look great, by the way.
Wow.
They're very picture-perfect cinnamon rolls.
I will say thank you and eat the cinnamon roll.
It is immaculate. She gets like a point of pride on her face and just goes, I find that cooking is a great way to organize my thinking. It helps with the instructions. They give me a very, very good direction to follow. Me and all 4 of my other brains.
Mouthful of
yes.
food. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
No, you go ahead.
Just mouthful of food. She's like, it's working really well.
She bows, and then after a pause, the 2 manipulators who cooked it bow. And then she like gets this like raises her finger and just goes, oh yes. And the blue, again, it looks like hungry and more, and also smart. I feel like I'm reading tarot. Except graffiti. Well, not graffiti. I wouldn't call my own work graffiti. And she's turning her head sideways and turns her head to the other way and looks at the pink image.
Not
If you ever find any
completely
more
wrong.
pictures, huh?
She's like not completely off the mark.
She turns around and says, ooh, well, that's good. Also, if you find any more images or weird crypto stuff, please tell me. I will always make you dessert, even if you don't want it.
Legacy just kind of looks at her, like sizing her up, and then there's a small smile and nod. Just so long as you don't talk about us to anybody else.
Oh, I don't talk to anyone. Don't worry. Except I do write a blog, but I won't put any of your names or faces in it.
Good.
Neon, roll me. You have a reading people thing,
I
right?
have manipulation, yes.
Roll me a roll for manipulation.
I'll boost this, because why not?
2.
Okay. So you know 2 things. 1, she does have a blog, and she will not use your faces in it or your names. And 2, the whole jumping from subject to subject thing, her own scatterbrained thinking that she comments on and then switches topics from, you can tell that she's not putting on any sort of act. She is genuinely jumping around like this manic sort of way. And just from how she's held herself this entire time, she's incredibly earnest. She's not putting on an act. She's not trying to get the one up on you. She's genuinely really excited about 2 things, one of which is cryptids and machines, and the second of which is baking, which she has fused in a very bizarre way. But she has been very forthright and only told you what she understands to be true.
Okay. As Neon gets up, one last question. Does the name Bengetti ring a bell to you?
Bengetti. She tilts her head back and forth like a bell, or like a ringing bell, and just goes, maybe. Hold on. Was he that Was he a scientist man? He didn't work for Ogremok. I know that name, I think, but only because I wanted to be better. Maybe. She looks back at Neon and just goes, "Do you know Ben Getty?"
If you don't know, you don't know. I just thought there might be a connection there. Sorry.
Don't be sorry. I just know that I might know, but I can't remember now. She's genuinely searching for something.
Thank you for your time, and I will take these ginger snaps home and eat them tonight.
Good. They won't keep till tomorrow, so you have to eat them all today. That is the only blatant lie she's told.
Alright, let's be off, everybody.
As if you're all ready to shove off or have no more questions, she'll see you out.
I mean, Legacy will, sorry. This is happening while I have food in my mouth.
Okay.
Legacy will, just, like, let her know, like, give me, like, tell her, you guys, make sure you, just give me your thoughts about the new pictures. Whenever you can organize the thoughts.
Yes, I will tell you all of the thoughts that have gone on through my head and in my head. And she does a little cross over her heart.
Legacy nods slightly. And I will let you know if we have any more questions. I'm sure we will.
She nods and just goes, "Oh, can I..." Wait, you gave her your phone number, right?
Yeah, she has a way of contacting me.
Okay. Then, yeah, she just goes, "Good. I will reach out to you whenever I figure something out."
I've got a question.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think I've got time to dig into how you built all your fucking manipulators, because that's fucking amazing. However, could I have the recipe for the ginger snaps and cinnamon rolls?
She, like, when you compliment her manipulators, she's like, "Aw, thank you." And then when you ask for the recipe, she goes, "Yes." And then she has one manipulator, like, all four of them now, rather, like, grab onto the ground and start to clamber up the stairs, like moving at double speed. And she goes in the opposite direction of the kitchen. She goes, "1 minute." And then you hear the sound of a door, like, and then after another minute of just hectic stomping and noise, you hear, and she comes around the corner. All four of her limbs, like, they're grabbing onto the ceiling and the walls and the floor. It's really, like, eerie in a way, because she's crawling fast with her with her manipulators, and then climbs down the stairs, and then slows to a stop. Did she say why she made the limbs?
Yeah,
No,
'cause-
she did not.
No need to pry now. but later.
She has with her a folded piece of paper, a single sheet, and she hands it to you with, like, her hands out before you and bows and just goes, "May it serve you well."
Oh, thank you. Do you have a good recipe for croissants? Because if you don't, I've got one, and if we ever come to visit again, I can give it to you.
She puts her hands on her cheeks and just goes, "I would love croissant recipes. I could put chocolate and coconut in them. Well, not for you, but I could do it for others."
Yeah. All right. Thank you.
"Absolutely. And you're always welcome to come by, even if I haven't made anything.
Appreciate it.
And if you want, you could bring Ben Getty over, unless he's dead, in which case you can't.
Maybe. Complicated, maybe.
He nods and just goes, okay, well, have a good evening. Or a good day. You can have both, or neither. I should go make coconut milkshakes. And then she starts to backpedal.
Alright.
You only asked if she knew the name Ben Getty. She doesn't know if Ben Getty is a person who's alive or dead. That's why she said that.
I know this character is eccentric and all, but that is not how you get Lockhart to stay away from Ben Getty.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
But you're all ushered out, and then the door closes, and you hear the... And when you're outside now, you get a wave of warmth, and it feels surprisingly hot out now compared to her freezing cold inside.
Jesus fucking Christ.
Just the fucking... Thank God.
Fuck.
Legacy keeps the jacket for now.
Yeah. Sure.
Body temperature returning to normal.
Well,
The
she was
lizard
nice.
is slowly getting back to what's supposed to be. Well, that was not what I was expecting, but interesting.
She was nice.
Oh, Legacy, you a call, or not a call, you get a text from Marcus. And it's pretty straightforward, pretty simple. It's just, didn't lose my job, lol.
I am going to message Kanako and see if there's a party she wants to hit tonight.
So you message Kanako and ask her about a party she wants to hit. She sends you back 40 margarita emojis.
Perfect. We're gonna make some money tonight.
Yeah, Legacy will just text back to Marcus that's actually really, really good. They hope they didn't give you too many issues. And then as a I guess tail end of session extra shit, she will go through multiple back channels and encryptions and shit to make it very, very, very hard to trace her, but she will send Hijack a message from Chaos. Of just a simple, I was told you're helping. Thank you.
I was hoping you would say Chaos from Chaos. But I will say that you sent that message, and there's a you Legacy are not surprised that there's a delay, but it's a lot faster of reply because the delay is probably more shock at first, and then you get a response of just holy shit. That's the first message you get back is just holy shit. And then there's another pause that's glad to be aboard.
Aw.
You also get a message from an unknown number not long after that, and you get another as a message as Legacy that says, holy shit, you weren't kidding, you actually do fucking know her.
And she'll as Legacy just text back. See, this would have been so much easier if you just fucking talked to me earlier.
Middle finger emoji.
How much money does Neon go make at the party?
I will say that the next session we will start, and Neon can roll 2d6 and get that much cash.
Ooh.
1d6 for her and 1d6 for Kaneko.
Okay. I'm going to use my last cash of today and get myself another fake ID from JJ.
Make sure you write down the start next session with 2d6 so that Joe doesn't forget.
Yes. I will forget. Head empty. You see.
I need to start listing out the IDs because I'm going to have like a whole wallet full of fake IDs by the time I'm done with this campaign.
Oh boy.
You need to do what? Sorry, I just spaced out for a second.
I paid for another fake ID with JJ, and I just need to write down all the fake IDs that I'm buying. And like
Okay.
what they are and what names they are.
Huh.
I'm gonna have like a wallet full by the time I'm done with this campaign. Every time I have one cash left over, I'm just gonna buy a fake ID. Because I just bought a drone with a tag that Kaya's gonna help me set up.
Mm-hmm.
And I have one cash left over, and that's exactly the price of a new ID since I already bought a fake ID earlier.
Nice.
And I'm assuming there was it was uneventful back to Bingetti's, right?
Yeah, you would make it to Ben Geddes with no issue. He's not far from.
Well, I'm
her
talking about
place,
for Lockhart and Bingetti.
Oh, yeah. The amount of time it took for them to have that entire thing would be Lockhart and Bengetti going to the grocery store, complaining about getting groceries, struggling through it, getting them, getting back to the apartment, finding the pot, and then cooking and serving.
Finding the pot, not a pot.
I want to
The
point
pot.
out. I want to point out she bought extra utensils.
I was gonna say, as part of the grocery trip, you bought an extra bowl, knife, fork, and spoon.
Yeah. A strainer too, preferably. You know,
Yes.
the basics. The basics, man.
Just a mini lecture of like, I understand you live alone, but you should have at least 2 of everything, just in case.
What
What
if
if-
you end up having a date?
Or what if one of
Well,
them
then.
breaks?
That too.
Wait, what'd you say, Lockhart?
Nothing. I said nothing.
I heard that.
You heard nothing.
I
She's being optimistic for her friend, okay?
hope Bingetti looks at her like she just grew like 3 heads.
Yeah, I know, right? Oh, did Joe miss it?
Sorry, I did. I was
Good.
looking up another thing.
Don't worry.
I heard Bengetti looks at her like she has a third head, and he would do that to whatever you said. So I affirm that, even though I have no idea what he's doing it for.
She said basically she was complaining about the fact that he needs a second pair of utensils and stuff. What if he has a date or something? Is what she said.
Oh, okay. He just looks. Yeah, he 100% just. What? Absolutely fucking lost.
No. She pulls out her phone and gets the image of him next to Kaneko.
He
And
just
what was
blinks.
this?
Oh, well, that's different. I wouldn't go on a date. Like, I'm not really into dating, I guess.
Well, I never
Well, she's
would have taken
really
you
pretty?
for it. I never would have taken you for it, but besides, it's the first time I've seen you like that around another woman. Or a man, for that matter.
He looks at the picture and blinks and just goes, well, to be fair, she's really pretty. It's, like, unnerving how, like, geometrically pleasing all of her facial features are, I guess.
I'll tell her you said that.
We aren't there.
Ah!
Still gotta tell her.
You hear Neon's ghost behind you.
Lockhart shrugs. It's like, say so. Personally, I think she has too much makeup.
Someone's jealous. Someone's jealous. Luckily scared of losing her charge.
No comment.
Scared of sharing custody.
I'm okay. Lockhart's already sharing custody with Kaya. We don't need a third.
Oh no.
Oh my god.
So, you all get to Bengetti's, and you have a evening dinner. And you can say, or we'll say that you can have a roleplay evening there and stay over, and it's, boy, is it embarrassing. Because wait, are you all convening at Bengetti's place?
Why not?
I have a party to hit.
Oh, you're going to
I'll-
the yes.
I'll be here for the roleplay though, and then go do party things.
Yeah. But when you all, if that is the plan, if you all show up at Bengetti's, that would be the moment you find out that he lives like a fucking hermit.
Oh my god.
Kaya would find the blender that has like stains on the inside of it that are basically permanent because he like washes it by putting hot water in it and spinning it. And he has his protein mixes. He has his cabinets are mostly empty. You see a bedroom that is, it's not the master bedroom. It is a spare bedroom that has a mattress in it and the blankets and sheets, pillow and TV. Yeah, it's
On the way there, could we have like stopped by a store and like picked up a couple of things?
you would have probably been able to do that because
Okay.
I'm just going to assume that you would divert however long it takes to go to a drone supply shop, whether it was in the Warjourn or not, and grab random drone parts.
Oh, that, but also like just snacks and drinks.
Oh yeah.
I just want a high recording one with the improved recording. Because my plan is to lower my burden and then get enhanced eyes and then being able to connect with the drone for like a third side angle for stuff. And like, infrared vision and all that shit.
Cool. Oh, you found a drone person.
Yep. And I also didn't introduce him, but I've had a ferret around my neck this whole time. I've
Oh.
had a baby
What-
ferret.
What's his name?
She hasn't named him yet. She's still deciding on it. But she has like a dark brown ferret around her neck.
Just wearing it like a scarf. Alright. So
Yeah.
Is that it for tonight?
That is it.
Okay.
Unless
Holy blood.
Holy